Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature, the immersive wildlife escape where we do exactly that, escape to nature. My name is Alex and I'll be your naturalist on the waterholes in Djuma, Mshatu and Okakujo. And joining us today is Lauren in Madikwe and Rolf in Kariga. Please don't forget, we are coming to you live and we'd love to hear from you. So please do send through any questions or comments that you might have. We've already started the day off quite well, and these elephants have come through. There were a few earlier as well, but these guys seem to have pushed off the impala herd that was here, as well as the 3 Kori bus that I did note earlier. And that is quite a common occurrence, just because elephants do command hierarchy on waterholes. So it is something that we will note. But these Kori bustards seem to be quite unperturbed by them. The 3 of them are currently in frame. 2 just have run away. And what is very interesting about Kori bustard, at least, is that they are the national bird of Botswana. The males are actually quite a bit bigger than the females, and there are actually 2 subspecies that are recognized of these birds on the continent. They are also Africa's heaviest flying bird. But it is noted that the males Morning, Sarah. Yes, so am I. It'll be fantastic to have another very packed day of elephants. I'm hoping that Atasha up in Okakujo will also bring us elephants. But it's definitely going to be quite a warm day today in all 3 of our locations. So it can be expected that we will have elephants throughout the day. Although I'm sure there will be different herds and that coming through in the different various locations. And I'm just going to pan across here because I think this one that just moved here might start coming to the mud wallow that they do like. Here we go. It'll be fun just to watch him for a second. But yes, as I was saying about the Kori bustards, it's interesting to note that the males actually have a wingspan that can span up to 9 feet in length. So it's quite impressive when you think about that. They could actually weigh up to around 20 kgs and have a wingspan of 9 feet. Quite incredible if you consider that that is Africa's heaviest flying bird. But the 2 subspecies are different geographically. The other subspecies is up more towards Somalia and northern Kenya. And those are actually a bit bigger than the ones that we would find down here. Hopefully this Ellie will come and play with us. But it looks like they have pushed off. Just trying to see if we can get another visual of the Kori bustards that also kind of went through here. I'm just trying to see where anyone else might be. Lovely to hear the elephants though. And as usual, we also have our raucous party of Meave starlings in the background. If I do get a good visual of them, I will also try and get us some good content of that as well. It might be a bit tough just because birds are notoriously hard to film, specifically off a static camera. Alright, well, let's have a look back towards the spring. Just bear with me, the controls are being a bit tough today. So the impala seem to have come back now that the elephant have pushed off. It was interesting because there was quite a big herd earlier. And obviously with the elephant coming through, they decided that it was easier for them just to vacate for a second. But they have started to come back. And so have the 2 Kori bustard. So what's interesting also is that generally in the breeding season you might only find 2 of that, but they have been noted to congregate up to about 40 individuals at times. Normally you would see them in foraging parties possibly of up to about 5 or 6. But they also are quite non-vocal. So it's quite rare that you do hear them actually calling. It would probably be more of a click than anything else. And it looks like we've got some wildebeest that have also come through. I'm just trying to get across there so that we can view it. Oh wow, wildebeest is actually in the water. It's quite a rare sight to see here. We didn't see our crocodile yesterday, but the fact that a wildebeest decided to venture that far in probably means he's sleeping still. Being ectothermic, they do need the sun to warm up. Maybe he'll give us an appearance at some point during the day though. I do just want to see what's joined us possibly on the right hand side of the dam. The wildebeest seem to be pushing off, otherwise we will just sit and watch the Kori bustard. It's really fantastic watching them drink. They're also quite prehistoric in the way that they move. It's very slow. You can actually almost like they are sussing out where they want to put their feet. Some quelea just flew past. Most numerous bird species in the world. And there are a number of them here in Mashatu. We aren't too far from the Limpopo River either here. It's actually right there on the distance in the horizon there. If you could see that, that green line, that is the Limpopo River. So obviously here in Mashatu we are in Botswana. This is southeastern Botswana, and the highest point of Botswana is actually within this area. So this is the most mountainous part of Botswana, Botswana being quite a flat country otherwise. And just over the Limpopo border there is South Africa. So we are actually quite close. And this is obviously within the Tule Circle. And I think towards the left of us would be where the confluence of the Limpopo and the Shashi rivers is. And that is obviously the border of Botswana, Zim, and South Africa. It's quite a fantastic confluence to ever go to if you do get the chance. I would definitely recommend it. And for those of you that don't know, across that confluence is where the Mapungubwe National Park in Southern Africa is, or South Africa. And this obviously forms that Transfrontier National Park or conservation area as well. So that is a corridor that the elephant like to use, as well as lion and definitely cheetah. I believe. So we will see throughout the day. I mean, on a different day, there are different foraging parties that do come through with regards to the birds that flock down. The Kori bustard obviously do come through, as well as ostrich. The quelea as well, I've noted, and they are always Meave starlings. So we can always hear them around in the background. They make quite a cool sound, or at least I think so. And there will also obviously be the odd spurfowl or franklin that does come around, as well as helmeted guinea fowl. But given on a different day, different foraging parties can come through, and we might see different birds on different days as well. There are also Mayer's parrots around, but we're probably a little bit south of them in this area. They do prefer the baobabs. They're a little bit north of this area right now, but doesn't mean to say we won't see them at all either. Looks like this Kori bustard might drink, so I'm going to try and zoom in.
Are you interested in our behind the scenes, our catch-ups, base moments, and all in betweens? Sign up on our website and you will unlock our inside scoop content sent to your inbox. Yes, ladies and gents, there's more to unearth. There's extra content from us at Wild Earth. Become an explorer. It's just simply better. Besides, don't you know? It's all in the newsletter.
Incredible. Well, that sound that I did hear, I thought was elephant, actually two hyena. And this is a first for me down here, or up here in Mashatu. We are going to try and track them a little bit. Hopefully they don't move off for us, but the Ellies are pushing them off, as you can see, as they come into frame. But I have tried to frame them up for us. Mashatu does have a lot of hyena, and again, they will also use that. There we go. No, those hyena are definitely on the run now that the Ellies have come through, and they're going to try and get to the spring. But let's try and see if we can track these hyena across. They might actually be quite nonchalant with the Ellies that are here. Didn't seem to be too bothered. But as I was saying, the hyena will also use the corridor to move between Mashatu and Mapungubwe as well. Specifically the males. The females obviously head up the clans as the matriarchs. And the males are a lot more nomadic. But I'm just trying to see if I can still see these hyena. But yeah, that's a first for this time of the day. At least at this waterhole for me. Do always enjoy watching hyena. Them and elephant, baboons as well. There's always something interesting going on with them unless they are sleeping. But hyena are generally quite busy. It might actually spook off the rest of the impala and wildebeest that were around. Sophia, yes, definitely. Hyena actually will swim too, so I think more towards the heat of the day, but I have actually seen them in the middle of the night get into water holes and just wallow. They won't obviously cover themselves in mud, but they do just lie in the water, and it's actually quite fascinating to watch. It's not something that you actually associate hyena with doing, but it's always fantastic to see them do. Looks to me like they have run away. We're going to come and join our elephant. But yes, hyena will swim, and they do like to just lie in water holes, pans, dam systems as well. And they will do that when it is very hot. So it's something that you would see in this area, because it does get very hot here in Mashatu. As usual, this is our normal elephant congregating point. This is where the borehole, the spring pops out. An elephant love fresh water. So this is why they will choose here generally over the other spots, because the water over here is obviously freshly pumped. What a good start to the morning. Hyena. And if I consider that our species count yesterday was around 8 or 9, we are already on to a good start. That's just on the mammals at least. I didn't really keep track of birds yesterday, but I will try and do that as well and update you accordingly. Is an ostrich also walking through on the background? At least that's what it looks like from here. No. Oh, yes, it is. Nice male ostrich. Something playing with the camera stand here, possibly an eddy rubbing around it. We have quite a few more that seem to have joined us here on the left as well. Possibly we might get lucky and we might see them actually swimming or wallowing at some point throughout the day. But what a good start to the morning up here in Mashatu. Did say it was going to be very warm. I think we're probably going to hit a max of 36 degrees, but that might only be later. But as we say that, we're going to leave these Ellies here for a second, and we're going to go and join Rolf in Kariega.
Hello and welcome to Escape to Nature, where we let the wildlife and the wilderness areas that they live in do the talking. I'm coming to you live from the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. And the weather here is quite a bit different, I'm sure, to where Alex is up in Mashatu. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and I am just watching these zebra graze through the beautiful landscape with those yellow button flowers and the very green, lush vegetation. Welcome on board with us as we escape to nature. We've had a wonderful sunrise safari. There was all sorts happening. The impala were very energetic early on, and the ostriches have, as always, since I've been here, been chasing each other around, calling, displaying, and carrying on. The wind's picking up a little bit now. It did get up very early this morning, and generally we know at this part of the coastline, when the wind gets up very early, it's going to be a howler. So we're expecting lots more wind to come through. Maybe a little bit of a splattering of rain later on, as we do have these rolling cold fronts that come up from the Cape and Cape Town. So Alan, I'm glad that you've jumped on board with us, and also glad that you have zebra as your favorite animal. They're one of my favorite animals to photograph. These ones are a little bit far off now, but I like it when they're a little bit closer and a few more of them, because they just make for wonderful mosaics with their very contrasting black and white colors. They are superb animals to photograph, very photogenic are zebra. And these being the Burchell's zebra, Equus quagga burchelli. And being serenaded by the Hadedas, as always. Hadedas, yes. Love the Hadedas. That is South Africans' favourite bird, surely. I think we'll have to change the national bird from the blue crane to the Hadedah. I think lots of people will agree, no? I saw a wonderful meme on how you can wake up the neighbourhood with a cocktail tomato, and somebody showed how you can walk outside, throw that a cocktail tomato at the tree where the Hadedas are, and it literally will result in the entire neighborhood waking up. And they have this wonderful affinity of shouting their loudest when you're on the telephone. Everybody very relaxed. Sort of settling into that midday relaxed grazing, moving through the plains after all the excitement and the hustle and bustle of the early morning. As the wind picks up as well, the birds generally slow in their calling. They start to waste energy. Albeit at this time of the year, when it is in full breeding season, the birds do call more than they would outside of the breeding season, in the middle of the day, because of the wind and the temperature rising. It makes it for less energy efficiency. So, the bums of Africa. The southern boo-boos calling as always. And an emerald spotted wood dove. Somber green bull. Alrighty, so these zebra a little bit inactive. They've probably got all the water they need, especially with all the water lying around now after the rains. But somewhere where there's not so much water and it's quite semi-arid, I wonder how the zebra are getting on in Mashatu.
Thanks, Rolf. Well, yes, we haven't yet seen our bums of Africa here, that being the zebra. However, we will keep an eye out for them. They're not necessarily that common up here, just because, as Rolf mentioned, it's semi-arid. So there isn't as much grass as there is down there in the Eastern Cape. We will keep an eye out. They are here in Mashatu. So I will definitely make sure that we mention when we do see them. Looks like these ellies are pushing the ostriches off. The ostriches seem to be thirsty, but I don't think they're that interested in coming down to the water just yet. The ellies are commanding their space. Hi Julia, yes, I hope so too. That would be fantastic. We did already have hyenas today, so who knows, it could be our lucky day. We are yet to see anything, well, I'm yet to see anything like that just yet. There are a few around in the area, and I hope that something does come through for us. It would be a fantastic sighting. Oh, fantastic. If you look there on the left-hand side or right-hand side, that male ostrich is starting to court a little bit. That female doesn't seem to be too interested, but he was starting to get his show on it. Obviously, that's a very interesting thing to see, and it would be fantastic if we did get that on camera now. Looks like they might push off into the thicket there, so I'm just going to leave us here with this elephant for now. But he is definitely looking like he's interested, or there's two males there that are kind of preparing to give us a breeding show. We do have the guinea fowl as well calling in the background as well. Oh yes, and there's our hyena again. If you can see, underneath the tree. It looks like, yep. Sitting down. I'm going to try and zoom in for us. Hi Grace, yes, that's very interesting to note. There will be quite a few. I don't exactly know how many because the elephant do move quite extensively around here. But it would be something interesting to note over time, how many different elephants come through. It is a little bit tough trying to identify each and every one of them, just because, as I said, you know, they do move quite frequently in and around Mashatu as well, but there are big herds here, and they do congregate more so as well as it gets drier around the water sources. So we should be in for the next couple of weeks with some good elephant sighting here. But as you can see, I did just zoom in a little bit, and just beyond this elephant over there are two resting hyena. They seem to have found the shade. It doesn't seem to me that these elephants are too bothered by them, but they're currently blocked by this ellie that's in center frame right now. And let's wait and see if they actually get up for us, because this isn't the most common sighting for us up right. Hi Vincent, yes, you could be very correct with that. It could also be the fact that the water source is right here, but this wildebeest is going to walk right past these impala, or these hyena that are resting underneath that shade, and it will be interesting to see if he actually gets us right. And if these hyena are actually well fed, they probably won't do anything anyway. And that ostrich, well, the two male ostriches are also chasing themselves around as well. So someone's trying to figure out a hierarchy there. And that wildebeest did notice the hyena, and he did take a little sharp right. But yes, there could very well be a carcass nearby. I'd love to know. We obviously aren't on the ground. How the ostriches are doing their most. I suppose their best impression of a Speedy Gonzalez moment. It's interesting with ostriches when they do run, they actually can run very far distances, far further than humans, just because of the elasticity in their legs and the way that they are evolved. They actually work on almost a different hinge system than ours would. It's very elasticated, and this allows them to obviously travel that fast, but also vast distances as well. That being their primary way of avoiding predators. It doesn't really help in thicker areas. They are quite vulnerable to many predators, and they do get taken out. They also have a very high mortality rate of their chicks too, and what's interesting enough is that the males actually do quite a lot more of the bringing up of these little broods of chicks as well. The females aren't too interested once they are hatched. But these ostriches are definitely trying to figure out who's the more dominant. And you can see the one in the back there seems to be as well. He looks a little bit bigger, as well as his plumage looks fuller as well. But these hyena are just taking it very easy under the tree. I'm going to try and keep tabs on them throughout, and we'll see if they do move off. But it looks to be time for siesta for them. Probably a busy night. Being Friday yesterday, who knows, I could have got up to some shenanigans. Wildebeest quite far in the water here. They don't normally go this far in the water here just because there is a resident croc. We didn't see him yesterday. I'm hoping that he might show himself today as well, though. Great to see so many animals around here this morning. This seems to be our busiest space right now, so I think we will just hang around here for a while. Mashatu seems to be where the action's at so far. Morning, Bruce. Yeah, they do seem a little bit confused. But I suppose, as the day gets longer and hotter, they also are going to try and conserve some energy just because it will be quite a scorcher. And that also hanging around water, and that allows them also to kind of feel relaxed, specifically when you're in family groups like this. What's interesting was yesterday we did have a bull that hung around the dam the whole day. And it did look that he might be injured, but it seems that he's pushed off. So I will keep an eye out for him, and we can chat about him later as well, should he decide to pop through. There's a giraffe as well, and that's just there in the background behind the ellies that are walking on the left-hand side now. Possibly we'll get to see the giraffe dance when they start to drink, or he starts to drink just now. And we have a warthog as well at the wallow. A very good morning so far. Just want to see what these ellies do. They do seem to be quite relaxed. Milling about. Some might even sleep. We'll take the opportunity to sleep. This bull closest to us seems that he's probably the closest to having a little bit of a shut eye, but who knows? It could change. He's just sniffing the ground currently. we're just going to hang here and just watch these ellies. It's fantastic just to see their behavior and their natural behavior. Obviously, there isn't anyone on the ground, so we get to view exactly what they would be doing, undisturbed and unperturbed by any human interference. It's amazing how placid they are when no one is around. Lots of quelea this morning as well. You can see just on the tops of the trees over here, just moving through. Our giraffe is definitely getting thirsty, and as these elephants decide to meander off, I think we might have it coming down to drink. Looks like that, but this ellie might push it off now. Giraffe are always very skittish, and what's quite interesting is that those hyenas are sleeping just behind it. So it'll be interesting to see its behavior as it starts to drink. But I don't think those hyenas are going to be moving anywhere. It looks like they have set up shop. That Jerry is not hanging around. A fantastic start to the morning. Corey Bustard also seemed to have come back for a drink. Quite a few more zebra here on the left, so we're going to pan to them. Typical Ellie behavior, pushing everyone around. Shame, Ellie, they just wanted a drink. Straight back in. So what's interesting is you can see that these zebra don't have that pronounced or faint brown line that the ones that Ralph was looking at had. That's predominantly because they might be part of the same subspecies. These are different races, and this would be the Damara zebra, whereas Ralph's would be the Birchells. So just interesting to note just the different patterns with or on the zebra, and these guys, as well as the ones that we'll see up in Natasha at some point today, also will lack that brown faint line, or they'll have it a little less faint. And I think actually the ones up in Okakuja will have it even less. It'll be more predominantly black and white, as opposed to the brown shadow lines that you will see on their pelts. Sorry, Fiona, I do need to just think about that quickly. Yes, Fiona, so you do find that antelope will stick together, or depending on little, well, I suppose also where we are, but they will obviously use each other as predators, warning systems as well. So you'll find impala browsing with wildebeest and zebra, as well as wildebeest and zebra feeding together, along with giraffe too. They kind of do, many eyes can keep you safe, as well as numbers as well. So in areas where food is plentiful, you will find antelope congregating together to do exactly that. And obviously with zebra and wildebeest, they have a relationship where they will feed on different types of grasses. So wildebeest preferring the shorter grasses and the zebra preferring the longer grasses. So they do have a relationship together where they will use themselves to get the most and most nutritious parts of plants and grasses within the areas for themselves. So it is symbiotic. Something spooked these impala. just listening to hear what we can hear. Currently, it does sound like there might be some more elephant back, and I think towards the right of us. So we're just going to have a look and see. It's been a very busy morning so far in Mashatu. It possibly is getting time to have a look somewhere else. But let's just have a look and see what has come around. I think those hyena are going to be resting up under the shade there for a minute, so we'll keep tabs on them throughout the day as well. Just bear with me, we're just having a scan around. Corey Busted is still drinking. They've actually been around for the last 2 days, so it's actually quite fantastic just to get the viewing experience of seeing them. Some areas that are quite rare and actually are near threatened. So it's always fun to see them anyway. Oh no, giraffe and wildebeest are back. So let's see. Possibly if something else is around here. Alrighty. Well, I think it is time to have a look at somewhere else. We have had quite a productive start in the morning here in Mashatu, but it's good to check up on other areas and see what's going on there, and add to our species list as well for the day. Awesome. Well, welcome back, everyone. And we're here in Okakuyo. And it is also starting to heat up here. We've got some springbuck, some zebra, and it looks like some kudu in the distance. So possibly coming through. And we've got some wildebeest calling in the background. You can hear that. That GNU sound, that is a wildebeest. Yesterday afternoon we did also have the iconic black rhino around, and this area is also well renowned for their black rhino, and specifically the black rhino behavior here. Black rhino aren't necessarily noted to have many interactions or social interactions together. However, here they do, and they do congregate together at night. So it's always fun to see them. Unfortunately, we didn't get to show you them yesterday, and I think during the heat of today, we probably won't see them. It's more noted that they're most active in the early mornings and evenings. So when they do congregate around here, it's generally at night, and it's quite a thing to see. So it's definitely a bucket list item for anyone that likes black rhino, like myself. Etosha is a place that should be on your bucket list. Just want to zoom in here and see what birds are around. Our resident geese, and we've got some pied crow in the background. There was also quite a number of elephant that came through here yesterday, so I'm hoping that as well as it gets hotter throughout the day, we should also get some ellies as well, and possibly have them swimming around and frolicking. It was quite a big herd yesterday, so I'm hoping that we do get that as well today. So also the blacksmith lapwing in the background. So I am trying to zoom out, it's just taking a little bit of time here. let's just wait and see. There's generally quite a number of different antelope and animals that do come through. It's always cool to see the springbok wading into the water like this. So let's actually just zoom in on them and we can just watch them for a second. Actually hear an acacia pied barbet in the background. They are noted to be the most widely distributed barbets in Southern Africa. You do get them all over the show, but they are very cool birds as well. Hi Maria, that's a very interesting question, and we do find springbok all the way across to the Eastern Cape, up until around southern Angola. But there are two different subspecies, so the Karoo subspecies and the Kalahari subspecies, and this is the Kalahari subspecies, and they are generally a little bit bigger than the Karoo subspecies of springbok. You do also get them on the Highveld, and they are noted having been one of the highest migrating, or in the highest migrating numbers in the past. This obviously did change, through the time, but they are very prevalent in South Africa as well, more so on the western side. So we do have something interesting to show you back in Mashatu. That's where the action has been all morning. So we're going to head over there and have a look. Those hyenas seem to be active again. So you can see the hyena has come in, and we did get a question earlier, do hyena wallow or swim? And that was a perfect example of it happening. He's going to walk out of frame, and my controls are playing up a little bit, so I will try and follow him as soon as possible. Or her, I think it is a her. Generally the females are much bigger. And as mentioned, they are the bosses of the hyena world, the matriarchs of the clans. Moving quite fast, but there were two, and it looks like just the one got up. Can't see the other shadow under the tree anymore, but we'll wait and see. Just bear with me, it's taking a second just to get the controls up and running. Lots of guinea fowl around as well. You can hear them calling. So I'm trying to track and find out where that hyena went, but it was moving quite fast, so I think we might miss it. But great to see it, even if it was brief, in the water, cooling down for the day. Although I assume it might want to do that later on when it does get hotter. It generally reaches its peak of heat at around 3:30 odd. Just before the sun starts to go down. That is when the hottest time of the day is. Okay, seem to have some movement again here. Looks like the guinea fowl are also on the other side there where the warthog like to wallow. So I'll try and get into them when I can. But I think that hyena has pushed off. Interesting that not much else was quite perturbed with having them around. Obviously they weren't too hungry or looking to hunt. great. We're back in action, but I think that hyena has moved off. The Kori Bastard are still hanging around. If there were any young chicks with those guinea fowl, they might become a prey item for that Kori Bastard. They are noted for eating small chicks as well. They do consume a lot of little mice and rats too, so they are omnivorous. They will also take fruit, seeds as well, chameleons, little lizards too. So they've got quite a varied diet. And as I was saying earlier, I find them quite prehistoric, almost like a velociraptor to some degree, just one that flies. I'm going to try and zoom in there on the back. But yes, this morning, Mashatu definitely seems to be the place to be. So I think if we hang around here, it seems that this is where we're going to have the most action at the moment. Obviously, we'll change. We can't script the bush, but everything that does happen is always perfect, and it's in its perfect time as well. Lots of guinea fowl here right now. It's cool to see them as well. They're always quite busy and loud. I'll try to take us in as well, so we get a better view. What's interesting is that they're actually, I think, around 3, at least on the southern and eastern sides of Africa, or southern Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, of guinea fowl. So the helmeted, crested, and the vulturine. And the vulturine is very, very pretty. Probably the prettiest guinea fowl out there. So there clearly isn't much to bother these guinea fowl. They seem quite relaxed. Might be interesting to see if they might start dust bathing or even getting into the water. Light up a flight over. I suppose if you had wings, you'd also use the art of flight where you could. Quite a few people out there that I suppose wish they also had the power of flight. Wonder if any of you have any special superpowers that you wish to, or you wish you could have. There's a lot in the animal world that would be quite beneficial. I think flight is obviously one of them. And then we have quite a big warthog coming through here. You can see the size of its tusks. It'd be quite an old warthog. Might even take around 20 years to get tusks that size. I think we might be looking at some wallowing time, so I'm going to try and zoom in some more. Seems to be the male from what I can see by the size of his warts there. Yep, that is the male. And the one behind is the female. Nice big bull though. Or sow in the back. Warthogs also do look to seem, or these ones at least look like they have an interesting hairstyle, a mohawk. And this Ellie might push them off, but that boar is huge. One of the bigger ones I've seen around here at least. And obviously they are very dependent on water. Warthogs are an indicator species for drought, them and buffalo. So when there's a lack of water, their deterioration I suppose their body deterioration happens quite quickly. And you can tell when a warthog is in bad condition that an area is lacking water. As I said, they are an indicator of drought. I just want to come out here because it sounds like there's some more. Nope, lots more impala, and this elephant might actually push them off. But yes, being indicators of drought, it's always good to know which species are indicators of drought for an area, because you can tell the condition of the veldt and other ecological points within an area as well. So knowing that a warthog in bad condition is an indication of that is quite interesting. Got a nice wildebeest here that seems to be pushing off their cousins, the impala. Impala aren't true antelope. They're actually a separate genus, and their closest relatives are actually wildebeest, interestingly enough. The reason for them not being antelope is because of the glands that are on the back of their hooves. You see those little black tufts every now and then. I'll try and zoom in. And that is a precursor to them not being a true antelope. Actually also one of the oldest subspecies in terms of how long they have been around or evolved for. Something like 7.5 million years old. Quite an interesting fact. But you can actually see little black tufts and glands on the back of their legs over there, specifically on that young ram over there now. So that being an indication that they aren't true antelope. Hi Ollie, good question. And I'll even come out a little bit so we can actually look at what you're talking about. So they love those rocks there because that is where the spring or the borehole pump is, and that's where the fresh water is. So the fresh water coming into the dam is there, and elephant love fresh water. They far prefer it to dry, stagnant water. Not that they wouldn't take that in times of drought, but if they prefer fresh water, they will always go and find the fresh water first and drink from there, much like you and I would. Lots and lots of impala at the moment. Perfect time for a spotted cat to be around. Mshatha is also noted to having quite a decent population of leopard. More so in the central, it's easier to see, and that's just a little bit north of us. But it is rated as one of the best areas to find leopard in southern Africa. Here, obviously the Sabi Sands being the crowning point, and South Luangwa. But I would say Mshatha is probably third on the list. I'm trying to just get out and have a look at those rocks where the ellies are. Hi Moya, I'm not too sure. I would say probably around 1.5 odd meters deep. I don't think it's the deepest waterhole out there. It does look like it's kind of more panny than anything else. But the croc is in here, so it's definitely deep enough for him. And I would assume around 1.5 meters at its deepest. And that would probably be in the center. But yes, we are yet to see the croc. It's been a day or so, so he might be lying in wait, waiting for some more food to come around. He did have a carcass in here the other day, or a couple of weeks ago, so he could be hungry already. We'll wait and see. Might be something interesting to watch at some point. These impala don't seem too skittish. Yeah, this Ellie bull seems to be quite placid. We do have the ostrich chasing each other again, and I do think the one in the back is the more dominant one. Its plumage seems brighter. And they were actually giving some displays earlier too. The warthogs seem to have come through here, and they might come through to this other wallowing area here towards the left of us. But we'll just sit here with the Ellie for now. Ellie seems very relaxed. Might actually be the bull that hung around the whole of yesterday. But we're yet to see. If he does cross his back legs, we will know. Yep, it looks like it's the same one. I'm interested to know, but I think that there might actually be a problem with his back foot. Be good just to note and watch him. Try and track him as well. Sounds like the warthog have come here to the left. Let's just have a look. And this Ellie, I think, might also come here as well and give himself a little bit of a mud bath. Just want to zoom out and just have a look. Yep, as expected, the warthog have found themselves here in a little mud wallow, but this Ellie, I think, might push them off again. So it's interesting that there are two areas where both the Ellies and the warthog like to come and wallow. Here is the one, and the other is literally straight across from us, or on the other side of the dam, right in front of it when we are parked normally. Try and scroll down so we can get a better view of this. It's right behind the tree. It's umbrella thorn that's right here. Yep, true to form, Ellie chasing the others away. Oh no, it's not too bothered in terms of pushing them off. Time to get the sun cream on.
In celebration of World Animal Day, we have a very special AMA planned. Explorers can join us for the biggest Ask Me Anything session to date. And it's all about animals. Submit your animal questions to wildearth.tv/questions by the 1st of October and hashtag AMA so that we can answer you. See you there.
Great. So this small little Inyala herd has found us here, and again we are adding to our species list. So we're doing really well today. It's also great just to see how bushy the Inyala tails are. You can see it quite clearly here in this. And these ewes, obviously the ewes hang around more. The males aren't necessarily territorial, but they will obviously do the Inyala dance to sort out mating rights, and I suppose a hierarchy in terms of dominance for that. So it's always cool to see as well. But while we're here in Djuma, just so that everyone else out there is aware, this is a live and interactive experience. So please do send through any of your questions or let me know what you'd like to see or chat about. This is your safari, and I'm happy that you are joining us on this live adventure as we go through the African wilderness. So please do send through anything you guys would like to find out. I'm more than happy to answer. Great just to watch these Inyala for a second. There's a young bull behind. It looks to be, I think, a Jackalberry. Can't see too clearly from here, but fantastic. Yeah, obviously very closely related to kudu, eland, and bushbuck, at least in these areas. We also have the Setatunga that they're related to as well. So we'll stem off that. I find male Inyala to be some of the prettier antelope out there. This bull is actually very big. You can see also because of his stockings that are on him as well. But his horns are quite big. Hi Kira, yes, the males are so different. They're a lot bigger as well than the females, and also obviously their coloration. So they only actually start to turn that color, I think, at around 3 or 4 years of age. Obviously they start to grow their horns out a little bit earlier than that too. But then they will obviously only get to their full dark, stockinged, bearded versions within around 3 or 4 years of age. I do just want to just come out here a little bit. I did see some impala. So we'll look and see what else is here in Djuma. We have had a very, very active morning so far. But these Inyala are kind of pushing off into the thicket here. We'll just watch and see them though. It's always great to see. Very regal antelope. The wind is quite hectic here, so it might be better to possibly move on in a second. Just want to have a look and see, but the wind's not doing us any favors. Got some young bulls testing them, or young rams testing themselves out over there. Little bachelor herd as well of impala. Oh wow, and that impala looks to have a saw on it. Let's just have a look. Oh no, that is an oxpecker. More than likely a red-billed oxpecker. The yellow-billed ones are a little bit rarer and generally found a little bit more north of here as well. It seems to be quite a little feeding party that we've got here in Inyala and impala. Yeah, so they are basically feeding together, and they seem to have found that numbers and eyes are obviously to their benefit. It is quite thick around there, and obviously the Sabi sand is renowned for leopard, so it is obviously better to have more eyes around you. But they will browse and feed together. They are both mixed browsers, grazers. As you can see, that young bull is eating grass, and the impala will also take the leaves as well in the trees. So both of them would be mixed browsers and grazers, specifically in these areas. I do just want to have a quick pan around here, just see if there is anything else for us to see. It seems that they are all hanging around under there. Let's just have a look down here. Wow, we have a stork. Just want to see, the light isn't the best for me right now, but I will give you an ID in a second. A yellow-billed stork, it seems. The light is giving me a few issues. Interesting posture though. Probably not one that's too familiar with yoga, it doesn't seem. Yeah, that is indeed a yellow-billed stork. Another great sighting for us today, but I've also never really seen one sitting like that before. I suppose if you had long legs, you'd also be tempted. That, and it is quite windy, so why not just take a breath and chill out? But let's continue our viewing around here. Sorry. Blacksmith lapwings as ever, and we have them at all three of our dams. I did hear Cedric talking about finding a nest of 4 eggs yesterday, but I don't think this is the dam. Definitely isn't to me. I think he was at Gari Dam. However, it's fantastic just to see that yellow-billed stork. Quite uncommon to see. But it looks to me that there is more action going down up in Mshatu, and I think we're going to just leave these Inyala be here. They seem to be quite relaxed up here in the shade. And Dewey the hippo is calling, so he's back. We didn't see him yesterday, but perhaps maybe we should actually just hang around here and see that, add to our species list once again. We really are knocking them off. Let's try and see if we can find Dewey. Where are you? Of course, as we look for him, decides to drop his head. Oh, so I'm told that Dewey might have a girlfriend with him. Let's wait and see. I did just see where he popped out. That would be quite interesting to see if he has attracted a new lady into his life. He should hopefully pop up in the next few seconds. They can obviously hold their breath up to about 5 minutes underwater. So hopefully we don't have to wait that long. The waiting game. Yes, it is a little bit cooler in Djuma today as opposed to our other areas. There we go, there's one, and apparently there's a calf with him as well, so great to know that he is increasing his lineage. as I can only assume it would be his calf. He wouldn't tolerate another bull's calf. Not in his dam. So we'll just wait and see if all three of them do start to pop out. See, with the sun, they might just take it easy. But as I was mentioning, it's not the warmest in Djuma today. It's quite windy, so that will obviously help. A little natural aircon for everyone and those driving around later as well. A nice little giraffe as well coming to join us. Looks like a bull and nice and dark. So as they do get older, these southern giraffe do get darker. We'll try, as he comes in closer, try and have a better look. No, possibly having second thoughts. Hi Jerry, that's a very good question. Depending on the numbers and depending on how high or low the water might be, hippos might move dams more frequently. However, bulls will be territorial and they will try and keep to their dams. It is noted that when bulls do fight, it can go on for actually up to 2 weeks. They fight very extensively and aggressively, and it actually sounds like lions taking on buffalo when they do fight. Something to hear. Definitely something I've noted a few times along the Sabi River, where bull hippos are fighting, and that is where they generally fight for stretches of the river. But within dams, they would move around, obviously, if there's pressure and the pod sizes get a bit too big, or if the bull decides to kick out older calves, so probably older bull calves, and again, possibly some of his daughters as well. But they would be, a male or a bull would probably be more accepting of a cow coming through to him and joining him in his dam, which is much the same as what's probably happened here with Dewey and his new wife and babe. So their numbers would increase then. But the bulls are territorial in water, at least. They are actually known to not be as territorial out when they are foraging, just because that's obviously where they would be grazing, and where they predominantly are swimming or staying in the water. That is where their territories would be mostly contested. Can hear some Aramark babblers in the background as well, but that Jerry also seems to be quite relaxed. Dewey isn't coming to the party just yet. So we're just going to sit here with Dewey and try and see if we can see him and his friend and calf, or girlfriend and calf. But I think with the wind they might not be too keen on showing us too much. So it might be time to have a look somewhere else. But great, our species list is ever growing and we have quite a long distance to go, so we are doing very well this morning. Just have a look and see if we can't see anything else. There are sometimes terrapins and a monitor lizard as well. And I have heard of some brown-headed parrots that have been nesting as well. But I haven't heard them yet, so I do assume they are probably out or they have left for now. But again, I will keep tabs. Also sounds like some Natal Franklin in the background as well. Our stork has left us, so that was a brief sighting, although nice. Oh no, he's right there. Still fantastic to see. Still quite amazed in the way that it's sitting. Just going to pan in on that. Little preen. So we're going to leave this yellow-billed stork preening itself, and we are going to go through to Lauren in Madikwe.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nope, sorry, it's still the morning. Good morning, everyone. I apologize. It feels like we have been up forever. But we are just looking at a pale chancing goshawk here, and it isn't often that you can get the birds to sort of stay still. Very often, as soon as we go live, the bird flies away. So this is just a lovely sighting to start the morning off from Madikwe Game Reserve. Now, since we've come to Madikwe Game Reserve, it's been a very, very windy time. And you can see that the wind is picking up already. It seems to pick up in the late morning and goes right through for the afternoon. And it brings great relief, but it also means you get a lot of dust to the face and you eat a lot of dust, but that's fine. I don't mind a little bit of dust. Good morning, my name is Lauren and I do have Davi on camera. And we are about to go to one of our favourite water holes, Jamala. But we thought, no, this bird, we have to show it to you. During my time in Djuma, I didn't see a pale chancing goshawk at all. Not once. Apparently Davi did a few times, but really the eagles and snake eagles are way more common up there than the goshawks. So it's just lovely to see it just perched, and look at that backdrop. Everyone in Madikwe is very much waiting for the rains. And as soon as the rains come, literally it will just take a few millimeters. Very, very little water to transform this landscape. And of course more water will continue to transform. But right now it's very dry, it's very arid, it's very monotonous. Only a few splashes of green here and there, but that will change with the summer rains. Now we're hoping to sit by a few water holes. We've got 3 water holes in the vicinity, and we're probably going to hop, skip and jump between the 3 and just sit there, escape to nature together and just wait, see what comes down. Yesterday, well, action kicked off, and this morning at our very own dam at Jackie's camp, hyenas killed a kudu. So it happened very, very early in the morning, but it was just chaos this morning. So water holes really are a good place to be, because it gets so hot you never know what's going to come down and drink. They're just stunning. Look at the detail on the chest. Those fine grey bands that almost look like pajamas. Bletchy? I hope I got that right. The size question. I don't know. I do not know off the top of my head the size of a goshawk, but I shall consult my bird app. I can tell you that the females are larger than the males, but that's about it. Okay, so in height, 55 centimeters, and in weight, the females are, of course, bigger and can go up to 1,000 grams. Males, normally 750 grams. So I hope that answered your question. They're definitely smaller. You can see the feathers don't go all the way down the legs, and even sort of in comparison to the Wahlberg's eagle, for example, they're definitely more petite. And then comparing them to a Marshall eagle, well, ooh, hello Fluffy. But the goshawks are interesting because they absolutely do hunt, but they will scavenge. They will sort of fly onto carcasses and see what else they can get, little bits and pieces from a carcass. Naturally, they've got to be careful if there are predators or hyenas or even bigger raptors or even vultures You do get vultures in Madikwe, which is such a joy for me. I really missed them when I was in Amakala. Seeing no vultures was just a little bit sad at times. So you will find them on carcasses, potentially smaller ones, but they will also hunt rodents, smaller birds, believe it or not. I haven't seen too many raptors. We've only been here a week at Madikwe, but I haven't seen too many. And Davi and I were reflecting that the Lowveld is a winner for that. And we're really quite lucky up there for the plethora of raptors that you see. So I'm hoping that we can really get into it here at Madikwe. But so far, we've seen a few pale chants and goshawks. But really, I think that's about it. And a white-backed vulture. Haven't really seen many other raptors. And the history of raptors is just, well, where the name come from is just so fascinating, and it does all boil down to the fact that they have those powerful sharp talons. They seize with their talons, and that's where the name raptor comes from. And he is not coming back. We got him for way longer than I thought we would have had a bird for. Now the dam is just around the corner. I don't know what's there. You can see that it's sort of out of our field of view. Is it going to be jam-packed with animals? Is it not? I think we just have to bumble and see. Apparently the dogs were in the area this morning. In this area, Jamala Dam. So they may just be lying in the shade. They may come for a drink, or of course they may not. You never know. But normally every single time I've rounded this corner, there has been so much action. Elephants, kudu, zebra, impala. But it is still early. What is the time? It's only 10 o'clock. It's not too hot. So we may just have to sort of sit and see what arrives. Oh, it looks rather quiet. This road is very bumpy. Okay, we're going to slowly make our way to this water body and see if anything is there or if anything arrives. And as we do that, we're going to send you over to Alex in Okakuyu.
Thanks, Lauren, and happy hunting for those dogs. It was fantastic seeing them yesterday with you. And perhaps later on you might get lucky again. Or it might be another elephant day that side as well. We've had quite an elephant morning up in Mashatu. And again, we are adding to our species count up here in Etosha. So we have the gemsbok and the springbok here currently. Some wildebeest on the right. And it looks like quite a big herd of zebra coming through as well. So we will wait for them, and then I will actually pan in a little bit onto these gemsbok. What's interesting is that they do wade in quite deep, but they actually look like they might be pushing off. So let's just wait and see, and we can actually watch this herd of zebra coming in, and then I'll pan in, because I think that'll be quite an interesting sight to see. Obviously quite confusing with all the different stripes once they all get down to the water. I'm going to zoom into where I think they will come, and I hope that they do follow through. Oop. Sorry. That was not intended. Come on, camera. See a little dab check over there. Here come the zeb. Big herd. Kind of have to navigate through all the different stones over there. Suppose you would too. Protect your ankles. And that is some Namaqua sandgrass that are flying off there and making that sound. Also cool to hear. I think Namaqua, I will double check. It could also be Birchall's. Yellow-throated. Okay. As expected, that's exactly where I thought the Zeb might go in. So we're going to try and get in there and just watch them for a second. Yes, so that was the Namaqua sandgrass that we're calling there and flew off. Might have seen them, they were a bit small, but those were definitely in the Namaqua sandgrass. This is going to be interesting. It'll be quite cool to see how deep they wade into the water. There is obviously no crocodile around here, so the game is very relaxed when being around or in this waterhole. Very much interested in being themselves and not interested in human beings, and good for them. I think it would be quite weird to watch a zebra being ridden by a human being, at least with a saddle on it. nice long drink. It's obviously been quite a far walk to get down here from where they would have been grazing. And obviously, as we push towards the wetter months of the year, the grazing will get less and less. We're probably starting to see the driest parts of the months or of the years now, this month and possibly November, December, when it should start to get a lot wetter and obviously greener with that. Let's zoom out again and let's see what else might have joined us. Those wildebeest might have joined on one side as well. The zebras seem to be pushing off now. But lots of them. Lots of blacksmith lapwings getting irritated with all the activity that is around there. And as mentioned earlier, we do have them at all three of our locations, and I'm sure Lauren probably also has them with her right now, as well as Ralph down there on the dams where he is in Kariega. So it seems to be that we've got quite a bit going on here, but I would like to show you guys Dewey again. So if we can, we'll probably try and head over to Djuma and we'll see if he likes to play with us or wants to play with us again. So I'm going to try and head over to there.
Exactly, yeah. Because it's a waterfall, if you're around, so you have to come and drink in the vicinity, definitely in the night. It's a very good one in the night, because you got light on it. So, this is like
So we are back with Dewey. Did have his back out for us just now. Try and pan back to him. Let's come out a little bit. Sorry. So we're just waiting for him to come out, but his back was out just now, so I was hoping to get everyone. Oh, there we go. There's actually two. So here we go. That's Dewey, and it looks like a terrapin has joined him. No, that is an oxpecker. So yes, obviously you got a little scar there that the oxpecker has decided he needs to pick. Might get a bit of a bath now. Yep, there we go. Sorry mate, Dewey had enough. But great to see them out. So you do have confirmation that there are at least two, and we're waiting to try and see the calf as well. They are both in this area. There looks like that is the cow, and Dewey being a bit bigger on the left hand side. There we go. I'll give them a few seconds. There's an emerald spotted wood dove calling in the background. Would love to show everyone the calf. I think that would be a great sighting for us today. But we have been on a hot streak, so long may that continue. We do still have a bit of time, and hopefully Ralph and Lauren will also be able to add to that for us. A hoopoe as well calling. can hear some hornbills as well. I think that is a yellow-billed or a red-billed. There were red-billed hanging around yesterday too. And that is a starling. Yep, there we go. One of them popping out. Obviously time for a breath. Looks to be that they're trying to avoid the sun though for now. So while they do give us a run around, we will have another pan because I think those Nyala are still around. Just want to have a look. Hi Neil, that's a very good question. And no, it is not at all uncommon for hippo to eat during the day or graze during the day. Although obviously they do generally do that at night, but on overcast days they have been found grazing. And I suppose also at times where food might be scarce and there is food within their vicinity, they might go out during the day. But they'll generally try be in the water, obviously because of the sun. But it is not uncommon to see them eating during the day, but more so when it is overcast. Nyala and Impala are still here as well, so we will just have a look at them. We're yet to see the Impala in Okakujo, which is a different subspecies, more arid adapted black-faced Impala. Here are the normal ones here. So it's actually also noted that the Impala up in East Africa, some of the rams there are noted to have much larger horns. Yet to see one personally, but I have seen pictures. And it's quite interesting to see as well, in those images at least. It's interesting to note the differences though between the Impala and the Nyala. The Nyala are a little bit larger, and obviously that tail and the stripes along them completely different. But two of the older species of bovidae in terms of taxonomy that are found in Africa. So Impala being a bit older than the Nyala, but both are very old in terms of millennia and evolution. It is also noted that within this area and sometimes with higher amounts of rainfall, the Impala have been noted to rut sometimes a second time and drop lambs even in April. Generally they do drop their lambs at the beginning of the rainy season, so that would be end of November, December, and they generally try and drop them all at the same time. Obviously power in numbers, and it's obviously easier to keep your population up when there are far more young around. So we should start to get to there. The ewes will be very pregnant right now, and we'll start to see them getting heavier and heavier in the weeks to come, and then obviously start to drop their lambs. Have a look and see if Dewey and his girlfriend have decided to play ball again. So they were further back here. Can see that spring has definitely taken hold in the Lowveld though. Those quarries are very green, although they are always evergreen. You can start to see the rest starting to get a lot greener. Dewey doesn't seem to want to play ball with us today. Can't see the top of one of them. It looks like they're having a tea party underwater. So we're just going to hang here for a little bit longer and see if the hippos do decide to come out. Otherwise, we will go and see somewhere else. It's starting to get to that time of the day where all the plains game is coming down to the water, so it is getting busier. Obviously, lots more to talk about then, or just show and watch and immerse ourselves in the experience of what is going on in the different areas, of course, that is. So it doesn't seem like we're going to get any action here, and it does seem like it has heated up a little bit up in Ukukujo. So we would like to go and see what's there. It looks like there's something interesting we haven't yet seen this morning, so we just want to add to our species list as we go along. Great, so a little bit more action here with Dewey not playing game with us or ball. But we have a lovely herd of kudu. That's our first of the morning. Lots of cows. So the biggest herd I've seen so far. I am going to scroll in a little bit just so that we get a better view of them. And we do have a tractor, so it's better that I scroll in and hopefully they don't decide to scare off our kudu. Yep, true to form. Oh, well, I suppose that's kind of the end of the kudu for now. Clearly something to be done by the dam. Obviously out of our hands, can't do anything about that. So while this tractor interrupts our viewing over here, we are going to send you over to Lauren. Oh, just in a second. However, let me just have a look here. What is going on with these kudu? They're clearly very irritated with this bulldozer that's decided to come through. I think everything else is as well. Giraffe is paying quite a bit of attention. I do think this is going to disturb us, but here we go in the background. We have seen our first black-faced impala of the day. So we have now got both subspecies. If I can get a good viewing of them, I will take us in closer so that I can show you the difference, obviously, on their faces. Alright, but I do think that this bulldozer is going to get on the nerves of the rest of the antelope around here and other animals. So it is time for us to head over to Lauren in Madikwe.
Well, we have our first arrival. Well, that's actually not true. The warthog have been here a while, but one elephant has arrived at Jamala Dam. And I was told by the manager of Jamala that it pumps, or it starts to pump, around 10 o'clock. And that's us at 10:30 now. So that's slowly but surely, I think we're going to start to see all the different species trickling into this waterhole. Apparently they had a brown hyena last night, which is excellent. I've still to put a brown hyena on camera, but it's going to happen. They are actually everywhere at Madikwe. We've seen a lot already. And there are 3 little cubs at the brown hyena den, which we will share footage with you all. It won't be live, but we've decided that we will share the footage, so don't worry, you'll get to see them. And from what I can gather so far, I feel the elephant herds here, I don't actually know how many herds there are. Of course, in Amakala, there is just one herd. And there's something very endearing about that. It's you can get intimate with that herd. You can really get to know them, every single individual. I've thoroughly enjoyed really getting to know them, their personalities, the sort of hierarchy, the relationships, the interactions, especially with the males at Amakala. But here, there are so many elephants. I don't actually even know the total number of elephants on the property. But in order to keep the herd safe and, well, the movements within the herds I think are a little bit restricted here due to the size of the property. I think the same elephant herds are using the same water holes day after day. Now I can't scientifically prove that, but just from what I've seen so far, and that's probably because they're just moving in the same home range day after day. They will wander, they can go across a whole reserve, but they will encounter a lot of other elephants as they do that. So I've started to pick out individuals that I'm noticing come to Jamala every single day. And of course, water is crucial for elephants, so they will go to water holes that they enjoy, where the water is just delicious, where it is just the tastiest. They're not going to go to water holes where there is algal blooms or sort of really stagnant water that's been sitting for a while with lots of bacteria and it has had no fresh inflow. They will go to water bodies that are being freshly pumped and where the water is just the freshest of the freshest. And it's been long proven that elephants use mind maps, are able to map a landscape, and it's ingrained within them, especially the matriarch. She's the one that passes that knowledge down of migration routes and where to move and where to go for the best sort of food year after year, which water points will deliver year after year, especially in times of drought. But it's actually now been proven that it's not a sort of visual map. When we say the word map, we as humans tend to think of maps as in grid lines and blue little splodges for water and green for mountains. Not that kind of map. Their map is a chemical map. It's now been proven that the elephants do use map, but it's all chemical based. It's all based on sense, that they are able to navigate their landscape from point A to B and from water hole to water hole and from safety to safety, all using chemicals. It's all based on scent after all. But just because we use the word map, it's a chemical map, our brain as a human just puts a visual map down in front of us, of course, because we are visual. But it's amazing to think that the matriarch has that ingrained in her brain, but it's a chemical map. She navigates the landscape through scent, not through vision. She doesn't see a big tree and think, aha, that means we're at Jamala now. No, nothing like that. She's sort of leading the herd and navigating through scent. It's a much calmer scene than yesterday, that's for sure. Yesterday was nothing short of chaos, actually. It was chaotic. And I have a funny feeling it will build up to that. But there's a nice breeze, it's not so hot yet. And you can see this lone boy has just come down for a very relaxing drink, which is probably a good idea before the water hole gets too busy. Bailey, that's a good question, and it's quite a loaded question. So yes, they are highly olfactory. Their entire being is not based on vision, and that's something that we as humans find it really difficult to perceive and understand, because we are visual, not because we're stupid, but our entire life is based on vision, at least for those that are sighted. We are highly visual beings, and over time we've lost our vomeronasal organ, which is a really key point that many vertebrates have. We've sort of lost our keen sense of smell in that we don't really use smell. Yes, we can smell the flowers and perfume and chocolate, but we don't really use it. It's sort of a secondary, if not tertiary, sense for us. It's not something that we use on a daily basis, and some humans have much better sense of smell than others. Our hearing is good, but it's very average when you compare it to many of the animals out here, especially elephants. So yes, in answer to your question, elephants can smell predators. But it's not necessarily the case that they will use that to stay away. With elephants, especially when they're in a herd, what you'll often see is a reaction. And it can take a while for them to react. They don't like predators. They don't like dogs. They don't like lions. They don't like leopards. They don't like hyenas. They definitely don't like any animal that could potentially be a danger to them. Here we go. I can see someone that's very, very happy. They've got their water walk on. You guys were late. We were told 10 o'clock. But yes, they will react, and they are reacting through scent, Bailey. So in answer to your question, they won't necessarily use it to keep away. They're often very curious, and elephants like to react by bringing attention to their presence. So yesterday, for example, if you managed to see our sightings, the elephants around the dam all became very aware of the wild dogs, and they displayed a reaction. They all gathered together and created a wall of elephants, trumpeting. They raised their neck to make themselves look bigger. I just want to watch this interaction. Well, that's a big fat hello if I've ever seen one. So yes, elephants won't necessarily run away. They'll try to chase away the threat. We've seen it time and time again in the Lowveld, in Duma, even in Amakala. So instead of avoiding areas, sometimes they're curious. Sometimes they want to know exactly what the threat is. They're also very reactive to carcasses. So that smell, that awful putrid smell of a carcass, elephants will also react to that. They understand that it's death, and it's death most likely from a predator. So yes and no in answer to your question, Bailey. They're definitely using their sense of smell. They're definitely chemical, and their sort of olfactory system is highly specialized. I mean, look at their long noses. That trunk functions as many appendages, but one of those sort of functions is a nose. Well, I think from now on it's only going to be busier and busier at Jamala Dam.
Some say it's a game of chance, luck, even divine providence. Others would call it your grandma's weekly fix. Yes, we are talking about bingo. Join us in celebration of World Animal Day for the most gripping game of safari bingo to date. Our naturalists will be going head to head on a hunt to spot the animals you have chosen. It's sure to be one for the book.
And the fun begins, everyone. This is the first herd. What I enjoy watching is the interactions between different herds. The dynamics within one herd is one thing, but when all these different herds meet around the waterhole, it's quite something. And Bailey, going back to your question, because it really was a fascinating question and just one that I can expand on forever because I'm obsessed with the sensory world. I don't know why. I'm from a hearing family, but we were all brought up with BSL, which sounds rather strange, but my grandfather was the interpreter for the BBC News, with using British Sign Language, which is slightly different from American. British Sign Language uses 2 hands, American uses 1. And I think there are a lot of crossovers though. And my grandmother ran the biggest deaf home in Edinburgh. But my family are hearing. And we were just brought up signing. It was just one of our sort of normal languages we spoke, but all of the grandchildren, all of us signed. And it was fantastic when you were at parties and you maybe wanted to leave early, you can just sign to one another. It was like our secret code. And I've definitely lost some of that ability now, but I probably could have a conversation with someone using BSL. And I think that's just always fascinated me, that there are so many ways to communicate. If you can't use one of your senses, you definitely can tune into the others. Maybe that's where my obsession comes from, I don't know. But there's a really famous philosopher called Thomas Nagel, and I've spoke about this before, but he was the one that first, I think it was in 1974, came up with what is it like to be a bat. A lot of people don't like bats. Darby and I were filming bats recently, and they're incredible. Anyway, bats perceive the world in a way that we could never even begin to imagine. They use sonar, and this is something that the majority of humans, if not all, completely lack. And Nagel said you can envision all of this if you want to try and know what is it like to be a bat. You can imagine spreading out your wings and fly, and we can all imagine that. We can imagine stuffing insects in our mouth. Yummy. And I mean, we could maybe imagine what it would be like to have sonar, but at the end of the day, you're not imagining what it is like to be a bat. You are imagining, or you're creating a sort of mental caricature, if you like, of you as a bat. What it's like for a human to be a bat, what it feels like for a human to potentially think it's a bat. But you will never, ever, ever know what it is or what it feels like for a bat to actually be a bat. And that's how limited we are. And that's what I always think about when we sit and watch animals. We can try so hard to imagine what it's like to be an elephant. What senses are they using? What communication are they using? What languages are they using? But we will really honestly never know what it's like to be an elephant. We can imagine our best, but we will only be able to imagine what it's like for a human to think of what it's like to be an elephant. I hope that made sense. But we should always be aware of that limitation when thinking. No matter how evolved we are in terms of science and technology, we should just always be aware that we will never truly know, we will never truly understand what it's like to be an elephant or an elephant's umwelt. There will always be limitations. And it was Thomas Nagel that first sort of brought that concept to the forefront. He used the example of a bat. We're just biased by our own senses, and of course, mostly biased towards vision. We think because we can see that other animals see it in that way, or we can see that color, that other animals see it in that way. And of course, as we know, that is not the case. I often think to myself, if I could be any organism for one day, what would I choose and why? That's such a tough one, because I'd love to know what it feels like to be so many animals. Elephants, one of them. I'd also love to know what it's like to be a fish. What is it like to be a fish? Fish are often disregarded in so many ways, and they shouldn't be. They do display emotion, they absolutely can feel pain, and they've definitely got a longer memory than 3 seconds. I think someone made that up to make themselves feel better about having a goldfish in a tiny bowl. What animal would you be for one day, Davi?
Elephant.
Really? Out of all the animals in the world?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there you go. Davi would like to know what it's like to be an elephant. But why don't you tell me what animal you would like to be? You can send it in to us. Use the QR code that's going to pop up. And why would you want to be that animal for one day? What would you want to learn, or what would you want to experience? And don't forget to send in your questions and comments too. It's really important that we hear from you, because after all, it is your live safari. But I want to know what animal, any, from an insect to a bird to a mammal to a mollusk to a crustacean, whatever, what animal would you like to be and why? Just for one day, you have 24 hours. A bat's a pretty good one, I must say. And it's interesting in studies, our human species and our culture, or cultures around the world, are very driven by sight, because we're visual beings, that even people who are blind from birth, of course, they're not sighted. They will actually describe the world that they potentially haven't seen using visual words and metaphors. Isn't that fascinating? They are blind, they haven't seen the world, they will probably have fantastic other senses, but yet they still use visual metaphors. For example, when you agree with people, you see their point. Ah, yes, I see your point. Oh, yeah, I share that view. Blind spots. You're oblivious to things in your blind spot. We use that a lot. I hope your future is bright and gleaming. Dystopias are dark and shadowy. Even scientists, when they're actually sort of trying to describe senses that humans lack altogether, like the ability to detect electrical fields, for example, they still use words that relate to vision. They talk about images, they talk about shadows, our entire essence of what it's like to be human. Even if you are potentially not sighted, evolves a lot around vision. Even our language, even our terminology, the way we describe things, is very based on vision. Ella, you again. You are 11 years old. Thank you. You want to be a jellyfish. That's amazing. I don't quite know what to say about that. But it's also pretty cool. What is it like to be a jellyfish? They obviously have a very simple central nervous system, but they are a living organism, and potentially they can be fatal to humans. I have had some really horrible encounters in my marine biology career with jellyfish. And urine does not work. Just FYI, you don't need to always resort to that method. Vinegar will also denature those proteins. But yes, what is it like to be a jellyfish? To have tentacles? To sting? Very simple. Also responds to stimuli, but not a complex central nervous system like ours. That's a good one, Ella, because I don't know. I will never know. I'm not sure anyone will ever know what it's like to be a jellyfish. But they're part of our world. They're part of our animal kingdom. Even if they are regarded as being simple beings at times. Now I'm sitting imagining life as a jellyfish. Look, that's a good one. That's actually a fantastic one. You would love to be a wolf for the day. That's really interesting because they are fascinating beings with really intricate social lives, and naturally they've had a very sad story across the board, especially in areas like Yellowstone. But they are very intelligent beings, and again, the book that I always go on about, Beyond Words, where I learned a lot of my information about elephants, it also has a section on wolves, and it goes deep into the sort of intricate social structure. There we go. And I'm just keeping my eye on these elephants. They're having a good sniff of us, that's for sure. But yes, wolf, that is a fantastic one. So we've had jellyfish. And Ella, jellyfish don't actually technically have brains. So yeah, how do we imagine that? Jellyfish and wolves. And Darby said elephant. And I've gone with a fish, an elephant and a bat. I've chosen 3 options. And a jumping spider. What about that one? 8 eyes, 8 legs. And an adorable face. Now, some of you may be new to watching, but if you have never heard me say this before and you have a fear of spiders, please Google jumping spiders with water droplet hats. That's all I'm going to say. If you never thought spiders were cute before, just Google it. Rona, African monarch butterfly for you. Wow, okay, I love that. I really love that. Some of you may know I'm obsessed with butterflies. And they are highly, highly complex beings. It's not simple in terms of their senses. They are very visual, but they're also very, very chemical. Down to the fact that they can actually drum their legs on a plant to get the scent released from the plant to know if that's the exact place where they should be laying their eggs. So their entire survival of being a butterfly really depends on chemicals. That's a great one. And butterflies can be dark. They're known to drink blood. The males are also known to force copulation on the female when she's still in the chrysalis. It's a nice interaction. Sippity sips. Sippity sips. I love it. It's not going to be an easy one to say once you've had a tequila or two, but sippity sips. You would choose to be a honey badger. My goodness, that's a great one. Nothing would stand in your way, sippity sips. You would just be on fire against the world. Not even a lion will scare you. That's a fantastic one. Honey badgers are actually the favorite animal of many people I know. BK is obsessed with honey badgers. Javi and I had a great sighting of a honey badger in Tuma. Remember that, Javi?
I do.
That's the great one. I'm just watching this bull. He's been displaying some interesting behaviors. He was here before the herd, or was he just the new arrival? Yeah, I'm not sure. But still, he's not really an integral member of the herd. It's just interesting to watch their behavior sometimes. Okay, we're going to sit by this waterhole a little bit longer and see what else comes down. Still watching these beautiful scenes, and we are just going to sit, and the herd are slowly moving off, but I don't think it will be long until another one comes by. So we're just going to sit and watch for a moment. It's got a bit quiet again. Everyone's leaving. But I don't think it'll take too long before the next arrivals come. And I'm still sitting here lost in my own head, imagining myself as all these different animals. But thank you for sharing all those different ideas with me. That was all because of you, Bailey. You sparked this conversation in the direction that it's going, and I love it. I think that's going to be my narrative for the rest of the day. I'll never, ever complain when talking about the senses. And I am trying to wiggle my way through a fantastic book by Ed Yon, and it's called An Immense World. And it was actually recommended to me by one of you. And it's how animal senses reveal the hidden realms around us. And it is just beyond fantastic. I've never read anything that is so enlightening and colourful and vibrant, and it's just such an eye-opener, pardon the pun. So if you are an avid reader, there's another book for you. Davi actually went out and bought me a Kindle, and it was a hint that please stop buying books, physical books. buy them electronically because they're taking up far too much space. Okay, we're going to continue to sit here. I'm not going to go anywhere for a while, but we'll continue this conversation. And for now, we're going to send you over to Alex in Mashatu.
Many thanks, Lauren, and some interesting choices for those viewers that want to be different animals. I think for myself personally, I'd probably choose a honey badger as well, that or a leopard. Those are my two favorite at least. I do also love black rhino, but I think I would go with honey badger or with leopard. Both of them are quite endearing to myself. But however, the Ellies are also playing around here, and we did have a nice little breeding herd push off some giraffe. And I was trying to see, we did have two ostrich that were fighting as well. We're trying to pick out who's the dominant one, and they have been running around most of the day, or most of the morning so far. But they seem to have run into the thicket at the moment, so we will just keep on here just for a second, just to wait. And we haven't yet seen our croc, so we will try and also pan for him as well. But if there are any viewers out there that also have some interesting animal choices of who they would like to morph into or become, please let us know. An interesting topic to have, or a conversation around at least. So this is generally where the croc likes to hang out. We haven't seen him, as I said, for the last day or so. Or she, but I'm assuming a he. Sometimes I'm told it likes to sit right underneath where the post is here. I don't think I'll be able to get that low. This might be the extent. Looks like a little terrapin here in the water though. Yep. But no croc so far. We will keep on looking for him though, because I'm sure he is starting to get a bit hungry. And with the amount of action we've had around here, there's another little terrapin for us. The amount of action we've had around here this morning, he's definitely not short on food options. Kind of like Uber Eats, just in the dam. As usual here in Mashatu, we also always have this bird chorus, and it's actually quite fascinating just to have that always in the background. Lots of starlings, obviously little waxbills and that around as well, doves, and of course we've had the Kori, the ostrich, and the guinea fowl around this morning as well. But I can hear something on the left, so I'm going to try and pan us across. So if the camera wants to play ball with me. Sounds like some Ellies are back. There's some zebra walking off in the distance there. I thought they sounded like someone had come down here to the wallow. Nothing. What I will try and do is have a look for where those hyena were earlier. One was wallowing and one might have stayed under the tree. So we'll have a look and see, because that was just quite awesome to see anyway. I think 2 at once of the dam cam's almost unheard of. But it is starting to get to the heat of the day, so animals have, I think, started to congregate more underneath the shades of the trees around. Probably time for some swimming lessons for the elephants, though. Oh, I've got something interesting up here. Thanks, Natalie. I would generally say I'm quite fascinated by birds, also trees, but I love carnivores. I also love spending time with baboons, elephants, hyenas, anything that is generally quite busy. But I would say that I suppose I find honey badgers, when they are around and wanting to be filmed or viewed, because they're generally quite busy and they push off quite fast, I find them quite fascinating as well. So quite a broad spectrum, I suppose. But yeah, I think anyone that is interested in the natural world just generally is interested in everything to some degree. What do you find interesting? Ooh, some ellies are getting angry. I have a feeling we might be seeing them soon. Just taking some time for these controls to work for me, but I am trying to get onto that bird. I just can't make out what it is currently from where we are right now. We have some hornbills calling in the background though. That's awesome, Natalie. That's fantastic to hear. They are really fascinating. As I said earlier, I hope you did see them. We did have 2 females around earlier, and it is fascinating, their social structure. As you said, the matriarchy is fantastic. Hopefully you do watch the sunset safaris, and then you would, or even the early morning ones as well. And there you would actually see the hyenas probably in far more definition than we did today. And actually also show you the den structures and how that matriarchy works. We've got a family of piggies coming in. My controls are still giving me the runaround. But we do have them, and they seem to be settling in there. So those ellies, even though we could hear them, they're clearly not around at the moment, because the zebra and the impala seem quite relaxed around the water right now. Okay, so we back up. I do want to try and see what this bird is for us.
Have you heard? World Animal Day is on its way, and with it, a very exciting game of Animal Bingo. Join in on the fun with your very own Animal Bingo shirt. And who knows, perhaps wearing one of these lucky shirts in support of your favorite naturalist could help them win. Find this and more in the Wildlife shop today.
Trying to get across to where the warthog were. I am stalling, so I think the warthog actually walking off in the background there, but I do think it's time for us to go and see what is happening at Ukukujo. It does seem that the party has kind of moved on there from Mashatu at the moment. Here we are, and it is busy now that the tractor has moved off. I think can't hear it at the moment, but let's pan in on these oryx because there's something interesting to chat about them, just with regards to how they regulate their temperature. I just want to have a look so we can actually see their snouts a little bit here, and I'll tell you something interesting about it. So what's very interesting about these oryx, or gemsbok at least, is they actually have blood vessels in their nose. It's a filigree of blood vessels. They know it as a carotid retet, or retet. And that is how they actually pass their blood through their circulate, and it's cooled through their brain. So that's also one of the mechanisms that they use to keep cool during the heat. You can actually see those ones actually look like they're sitting down, or that was actually maybe a smaller oryx. But what they also do is they raise their body temperatures up to about 45 degrees during the day, and then at night they actually drop their temperature. So as the temperatures drop, they also then drop as well. And that's a mechanism that they use to regulate heat. There's also a warthog here, and that's the first that I've seen, at least in Natasha. This would obviously be a little bit more arid adapted. There is a second type of arid adapted desert warthog, and that's actually found up in Kenya, around Lewa and that kind of area. It is obviously also more arid. It's quite funny watching that oryx there in the background, literally sitting down and drinking as well. It's very cool to see. All this action seems to also be irritating little dab chicks as well, the grebes. But fascinating watching that little oryx over there. Just a reminder to all of the viewers out there, this is a live and interactive experience, so please do send me through any questions or anything you would like to know, or if there's anything you'd like to chat about. This is your safari, and I'm very happy that you're joining me on this live adventure, and I'm more than happy to answer anything that you guys would want to know or may have a question about. Gonna zoom out a little bit more though. The zebra have come in, and it's actually quite awesome watching all the different stripes as they sit there, as well as our kudu coming back in. It looks like some wildebeest too in the distance. Is it possibly the same kudu from earlier though? Ones that got frightened off by the JCB. You can also hear the Cape Crows calling in the background here. And of course our lapwings. Really is awesome just to sit and watch, get confused by the zebra drinking over there. Hi Jamie, yes, this probably is a bit rare to see this many kudus together. They do kind of form loose associations, and the bulls will come in and out obviously when the ewes are in estrus. And obviously the younger bulls will hang around in those loose association or family loose associations as well. But this is quite a big grouping of them. This might be one or two, and they might even separate after this. But, you know, more eyes, more protection. But it is normally a loose association that is formed with kudu. It seems to be a zebra day today. We had lots of ellies yesterday, but today the zebra are in full force. All in their striped pajamas. Very confusing. The dazzle, as they are called in the collective. It really is quite mesmerizing when we get in close. I will do that again now, and we can watch them. Let's actually go to the ones that are further in the water. Does that actually give us a better perspective? That works. Okay. Clearly very, very thirsty today. Someone spooked them. So as the zebra gets spooked, I think it's probably time to join Lauren again. She has had very good luck with regards to that waterhole where she's sitting. And we'll leave her there and let her guide you through what else is there.
Well, it's just getting busier and busier at Jamala Dam here in Madikwe. Don't know how many herds we've got now. I guess possibly 2 with some bulls hanging around. But again, as I mentioned yesterday, you shouldn't just guess when it comes to elephant. It's really foolish. You need to really watch, really observe. And although we'll never know, we can know from our perspective. Now, Meerkat 10. You said you would love to be a majestic kudu bull, to feel how it is being so athletic. Oh, I know, if only, huh? And being able to jump that high and stroll around. Absolutely. How does it feel to have that physique? But not only that physique, what about that hearing? That sharp eyesight that you can just immediately know when there is a threat. A small snap of a twig, a small branch breaking. Something's wrong. Something's not right here. To have that sharpness, that alertness, absolutely. Meerkat 10. I would also love to know what it feels like to be a kudu. Athletic, I am probably not. My goodness. Livia is quite simple, really. That's their one of their more dominant senses, smell. And those nostrils are packed with olfactory turbinals and lots of chemoreceptors, which of course then send that information to the brain, which will process it and understand, in an elephant's way of understanding, what it is smelling. And if the trunk dangles, as it dangles, like the ones you're looking at right now, to the ground, they're only going to suck up air from the ground and get a much stronger smell of the dry grass and a whole lot of dust. I've been eating a lot of dust lately and it's not so pleasant. So when they put their trunk up like that, what they're doing is pulling in air and smelling the surrounding environment, smelling the air. And that's where the chemicals, whatever it is they're smelling, maybe they're smelling us, maybe they're smelling the dogs were here this morning, maybe they are just smelling, could be anything. But if it's dangling on the ground, if you put your nose to the ground and you go, you're only going to get a whole load of dust and smell of dry grass. But if you tilt your head up into the air and you go, then you're going to smell whatever surrounding smells are in the air. So that's why they put the trunks up like that. And I touched on this yesterday, and it's not to repeat myself, but it's so true that it sort of highlights our level of misinformation and not understanding. When we are trying to describe an elephant's sense of smell, we do often say, oh, it's 5 times better than a bloodhound. And okay, whoa, let's hold up there. What? Are you scratching your head on that other one's bottom? It's not very nice of you. Just over here, Tom. Look at that young one hiding right underneath. You see it? What better shade than Mom? There's so much happening, it's almost possible to try and talk about everything. We've got those that are scratching, those that are smelling, those that are sleeping. All the young ones, look, 1, 2, 3, Davi, have all decided it's just sleepy time. And of course they can afford to do that because the adults are there as a protective shield. Let's just sit and watch these precious moments for a while. Isn't this just adorable? A lot of napping is taking place right now. I think I should also have a nap. But just going back to what I was saying, so you've got to be really cautious of these blanket statements. Humans are notorious for this, myself included. One size fits all for the animal kingdom. We have to be really cautious of that. And in many of the textbooks that you'll read, many of the best textbooks for guides out here, you will see that an elephant's sense of smell is 5 times greater than a bloodhound. But one bloodhound, yes, excellent sense of smell, but how can you compare a canid to an elephant? I mean, where do you really start with that? It could potentially be true in that maybe an elephant does have a better sense of smell, but what are you measuring? What are you quantifying here? What are you looking at when you say 5 times? 5 times the distance, 5 times the amount of chemicals by sort of interpreted by the chemical receptors. We don't know. It's not possible to just say statements like that. Both of these species do have incredible sense of smells, but it's impossible to say an elephant has 5 times greater sense of smell than a bloodhound. I think it's really important when you do discuss the animal kingdom, especially the senses, that you have to be very aware of that these blanket statements are really not applicable and not accurate. Everyone's doing their own little thing here. You don't even need a sunbarella. You've got your mum. When your mum is that size, well, it's perfect. And the youngsters really can't keep up with the herd with regards to their little legs don't sort of keep going the way that the adults do. And very regularly throughout the day, you'll just find a sort of napping scenario like we're watching right now. A cuddle puddle. Yesterday we had a wall of elephants. Today we have a cuddle puddle of elephants. What are you doing? Oh, you see that? I think that's Mum saying rest now. Calm down, Trunks. That is very endearing. Dina K, wow. You're just putting that out there. You want to be know what it's like to be a skunk, so everyone knows you're around. Have presence. Be like Beyonce. I like that one, Dina K, I really do. And I'm sure everyone will absolutely know you're around if you're a skunk. Pretty good lifestyle. Keep them coming. I'm going to keep talking about the senses. I'm going to keep this story going. It's so fascinating. So keep them coming. What animal would you like to be for one day? One day only. To see what it feels like to live in that animal's umwelt. And I said jumping spider because, believe it or not, jumping spiders, their Umwelten, which is apparently the plural of that German word that I am probably butchering, is the closest to ours out of all the spiders, because most spiders sense their world through vibrations and touch. But jumping spiders are different and they rely heavily on vision, hence why they have 8 eyes. Which sounds creepy, but actually when you look closely, it's very cute. Why do they have 8 eyes? And that is because they are relying heavily on vision, and those eyes actually occupy half the volume on the spider's head. So it's incredibly important to be able to see, and their dominant sense is strongly linked to ours. So there's sort of a understanding there. And they have their central eyes, those two in the middle, like ours, if you think about it. And they're the most important eyes. And they see straight ahead. So they're sort of binocular, if you like. And they're the sharpest. So the central ones are the most... I don't know if I should say that they're the most important, actually. Let's just stick with saying they're the sharpest. And they're very, very small, but the eyes can see as clearly as an elephant, pigeons, even small dogs. So that's how sharp a jumping spider's vision is. Now that's incredible. Jumping spiders are very small, and yet they can see as sharp as an elephant or a small dog. That, oh my goodness. Well spotted, Davy.
Thank you.
Don't quite know how I missed it. There seems to be a bit of a struggle there. Don't think that was successful copulation. I don't know if this is the same pair from yesterday, but he seems to be struggling. Wow. I can't believe we've just witnessed that 2 days in a row. Ingrid, I think my director will have to direct me. I am not sure what you are referring to. I feel like you may be looking at a tailless elephant, but I do not see one as of yet. Okay, you got a nice one, Dom. Sorry about that, Ingrid. I didn't even see that. Oh, yes. Little Stumpy. Do you know, it's actually quite common. It's a lot more common than you think to see an elephant with a missing part of his tail or almost all of its tail. And the first thing people think is predators. But I think the most common reason behind that will be from other elephants standing on it when it's very young. Not intentionally, but you can see how packed and slightly chaotic it gets with all these large elephants around. When the youngsters lie on the ground like that, the elephants do stand very close by, A, to provide shade, B, protection. They stand around the young. The adults will be taking a nap, but they're doing it standing. So I would imagine it could possibly be from getting stood on by another elephant by accident, of course. Or it could be bitten off, but I don't really think that lions run around just biting the tails off elephants. So I think that's the most likely explanation, Ingrid. But well spotted, I did not spot that. You know, look at these elephants that Davi's shown you now. You can see they've all got their bums pointing towards one another. They're creating a really strong wall. They're facing outwards to look for danger. They've got their butts together and they're really protecting those little ones underneath. We did a camp yesterday with the elephants. Definitely more than 50 here. How lucky are all of us, because you guys are on this safari too, to be in the presence of all of these elephants. And the nice thing is we can position ourselves quite far away. Look at these two zebras using the other one as a scratching post. It's also missing a bit of its tail. Another stumpy. You see that? Again, I would guess being stood on. Unless there is a lion around here that enjoys eating tails. That is also possible. Now, it goes without saying that we're not going to go anywhere. This is just too fantastic to leave. But we're going to send you guys back over to Alex in Mashatu.
Thanks, Lauren. It does seem that these Ellies are also going nowhere with this heat. Found the clean water coming out of the borehole here, and they have decided that this is exactly the place for them to be. Again, we can always hear the Meaves here, the Meave starlings. They're constantly giving us a little racket in the background, and I actually quite enjoy listening to it because you always know that something's around. We also have a little dust devil moving through the back there. Something you see quite regularly in Mashatu as well, being quite dusty and windy at times as well. It's also quite a fine dust. But if you do look into the distance over there, along that green line, that's a little bit more where it is a bit flatter and grassier. So it does kind of change up the vegetation, and then surrounds do change up a little bit in Mashatu as well. The further westward we go, it does also get a bit more mountainousy. And there are some really ancient ruins that are that side as well as the famous Managua view out point. So there's a big baobab actually on the top of a mountain, or a little kopi system, and that's actually where one of the old civilizations were, part of the Mapungubwe civilization, which is one of the oldest known in southern Africa, and actually formed part of the trade route with the Limpopo River as well. There are old ancient relics in that as well. The Mapungubwe system being the Royal Mapungubwe system from back in the day, where they actually found the golden rhino. If any of you have heard about that, it's actually some of the first evidence of gold work in southern Africa as well. So that's right in this area, and so it's quite well renowned for those archaeological and ancient parts of it. There are some examples of rock art and Stone Age tools as well there, and a few little archaeological remains as well as some, I suppose, burial remains and sites as well. So some of the old kings and queens of the area as well are located on the western side of Mashatu, which is a little bit of a distance from here, but it's an awesome place to be, and I would definitely suggest anyone that is in the area or ever wants to go and have a look at Managua. It's very picturesque, especially with the baobab right on the edge of a cliff. It's something not to be missed. But we will sit here with the Ellies for a moment. Always good to have them around. I'm hoping that some of them will actually venture into the water at some point, but we'll have to wait and see how that all works out. We've had quite an eventful morning with elephants all around. There's some more coming into Mashatu as well. And obviously Madikwe, that seems to be the place that they love to hang out, where Lauren is right now. Always great to watch them playing and frolicking in the mud. And are starting to get a few of them now into the mud. They clearly are starting to put their sunscreen on for the afternoon. Nice little Ellie calf there. Some vocal communications going on. Of course, Ellies also communicate through their feet and through a very low level of bass that we as humans actually can't detect. And that same bass is actually also what tigers use, funnily enough, when they roar. If a tiger ever was to roar at you, we aren't in Asia obviously, but there are some in South Africa, but if a tiger was to roar at you, you would actually find yourself stuck or rooted to the spot because of that bass. It actually renders us almost paralyzed. But it is that low bass that the elephants use to communicate through different kilometers and that, or many kilometers. And that almost sends out like a signal. And so they communicate through that. And that allows them to tell whether, there's food in the area, water, predators. It's actually been documented, obviously, when there's been lion in areas and different elephant herds actually have been seen to bunch up together and that, and they might be quite close to that, but other elephants have obviously told them, and that form of communication is how that has happened. This Ellie seems to be playing with the fresh water that's coming out there as well. It's a very interesting question, Nina, and how they do that is, as I was mentioning, a very low level of bass. I forget what it's actually called, but it is that is actually sent throughout, and that is felt through the pads in their feet. So forest elephants also do that in West Africa, in the Congo Basin as well as obviously Asiatic elephants as well. So throughout Asia they'll also do that, although those are the different 3 subspecies that are recognized. So the African savanna elephant that we're looking at now, the forest elephant up in the Congo Basin, and then the rainforests of Africa, and then the Asiatic elephant, as well as the Sumatran as well in Asia and Southeast Asia. But they will feel those vibrations through their feet, and obviously the different vibrations and the levels and I suppose intervals and that are how they will then use that to communicate, what might be around and what might be irritating them. Or just even to say hello, I suppose, why not? It seems these Ellies have pushed off. Just going to have a view around here, otherwise I do have something else interesting to show you somewhere else. Yeah, it does seem like we have gone a bit quiet here in Mashatu for now, so I'd like us to head over to Okakuyo because I can see that there are bull Ellies and they are throwing mud all over themselves and frolicking quite nicely there. And we are yet to see bull Ellies or any Ellie at Okakuyo this morning. Fantastic, and these guys are actually quite big, huge specimens if you ask me. You actually notice the difference in size of their tusks here. Quite a lot wider than what we've seen in Mashatu. And it's quite weird because some of the Mashatu Ellies are actually, they do have smaller tusks, it's been noted, and I did mention yesterday that there are 2 chains of thought of that. And some of it being ancient old poaching pressure that was on there, and also just because of the nutrients around in the food that they eat there. But this is awesome to see, these ellies, and this must be where this dam is pumped from. As we've noted, ellies love fresh water, and this is definitely where I would assume that is happening, because ellies are good indicators to where pumps are. They often pull them out and cause havoc in different reserves. Definitely been privy to some of that in the past as well. So you can always tell an elephant has been through in a dry area, specifically because a pump will have been knocked open or pulled out, and they will be drinking that fresh water from there. So these guys are really having a good time. This is probably the best ellie sighting we've had so far on the dam cams, at least. Obviously, when you're roaming, it's a different story. It's lovely to see bulls like this congregating and actually being quite placid with each other as well. And always interesting to see up in Etosha, obviously through all the calcification from the ancient lake and the sands that are around here, the ellies are white. And it's an iconic thing to see, and actually people travel to Etosha for that exact reason, to get pictures of the elephants that are white like this. And it's purely because of the substrate that they have used to cover themselves with. You're so correct, Anya. So it's fantastic to see them. And obviously, as the day is getting warmer, they are coming to the water sources as we start to get hotter and hotter. So it is fantastic to see the amount of animals and the different species that we have so far already today. But it's also great just to see the interactions of them as well around water. Water obviously being a life source and the main life source for many of them, other than their vegetation and food. So it's fantastic to see them all congregating and actually being quite a good mood. It seems these ellies haven't pushed anyone off. The springbok have been allowed to drink, and we've had huge numbers of zebra down here today as well. But it seems to be very full of elephants all over the show today, and I'm pretty sure in most wild areas and any water sources that's probably going to happen. But these bull ellies are big bodied. You can just see on their girth. Huge amount of strength obviously in them. They can weigh up to or between 6 and 8 tons, and these guys I would think are pushing around that. It's also quite interesting, it doesn't look like they have much hair on their tails, at least these two that I can see here, and one obviously on the right hand side does, but that might have something to do with lions in the area. I'm not too sure, but something just to note. Always quite eerie when you hear the Cape Crows calling in the background there. Almost kind of feels a little bit London Tower-esque with the ravens there. Quite gothic, I suppose. And also with this Martian type landscape, kind of it does make it feel a little eerie. Oh, it looks like we've got a little tussle coming along here. Got some more ellies coming in, and it looks like a little breeding herd. You can also notice how they've kind of shielded the young ones away from the bulls, and how they're also moving off as well. I'm pretty sure they've been told, hey, listen, it's time for you guys to back off. We're coming through. But I think these ellies are probably going to play in the water, it looks like. They were playing yesterday. And it's always fun to watch ellies play, but geez, we have a huge amount coming through right now. I'm trying to pan out, just so we can try and get as many of them in frame as possible. Amazing. This is going to be quite an awesome thing to watch. As you can see, the ellies have taken over here, up here in Okakujo, and nothing else I don't think will be allowed or around this dam while they're all here. It's going to be quite fun to see. I'm pretty sure the young ones are going to be swimming. We are being a bit blocked by some of these bigger bulls that are closest to us. I'll definitely pan in once I do see them starting to swim. There's definitely going to be a lot of communication going on between them all as well. Some trying to get to this fresher water that's right in front of us, and others actually going in and spraying themselves as well. But these guys have clearly traveled quite far to get here. They're obviously very thirsty and been looking forward to this drink. Interesting to watch the springbuck here on the right hand side, thinking about coming for a drink and realizing probably not the best time right now. We might just have to wait. Lots of ellies. I'm pretty sure this might be the scene for the whole afternoon. Just different ellies coming through. Seemed to have been the zebra's turn earlier, but it now looks like the elephants have taken over. Hi Alana. So the babies will start, I think, well, practically once they actually can get into the water and breathe. So there's a lot of instances where they actually get stuck in the mud as well, just because they aren't used to or have the strength to pull themselves out. And sometimes they even are in there very young, so while they haven't even got full use of their trunks. So you can see them. Obviously it depends on the area and how much mud is around. But they will also slide in and out. They love playing in mud and in water anyway. So you do often see young ellie calves sliding around and playing in the mud as well. It looks like someone's getting taught a lesson or being told to behave over here. But yes, yeah, so there are a few young ones playing now. We just are a bit blocked and they are moving around. So I'd love to show you that. I will pan in if we do get a clearer view of the young ones playing in the water and spraying themselves with mud as well. I don't think it's too muddy in here. It looks a bit rocky on the outsides, but definitely obviously within the middle of the dam there is obviously mud and silt and that they are spraying on themselves, as you can see on the back. I'll try and zoom in on those guys there now, and if I can get a clear view of any of them swimming, I will definitely look at that as well. So there's one or two youngsters. playing and submerging themselves. So I hope that does give you an idea as to how small they can be when they want to play in the mud. But I've seen them being very young and not even having full use of their trunks just yet, playing in the mud as well. So I suppose as soon as you can, one of the elephant's favorite activities to do is swim and bath and spray themselves with mud and wallow. They're also pretty good at swimming. I've seen them crossing the Chobe River as well as the Zambezi too. So they do kind of use their trunk as a little periscope / snorkel thing. And the babes actually will hold onto their tails and they kind of swim themselves across. It's quite an interesting thing to see. It's very cool. You can just see the little dab chick floating around there. I'm pretty sure it's not the greatest time to be a dab chick in the water. Don't want to get drowned. As well as those little Egyptian geese as well. Obviously with these ellies playing here, the water is going to be quite muddy and salty after this. So it might take a little bit of time for it just to calm down and get clearer again and actually be nice for drinking for the rest of the animals that want to come down. Clearly lots of communication going on between all the different ellies around here. You can see a lot of the telltale, just different communication signs going on with them. Sniffing, smelling, and obviously talking to each other. I do want to zoom out again. I'm going to actually just try and see them taking the fresh water out here. I think that's probably because they've muddied the rest of it. So obviously that fresh water is going to taste far nicer than where everyone else has been playing. It's almost like communion. Let's just try and get a better look in here. Lots of springbok coming through, so I'm sure they'll also head to this waterhole as well just now. Once these ellies have decided to move on, I'm sure everyone's going to get their full of fresh water right from this little borehole pump / spring over here. Definitely seems to be the go-to place.
In celebration of World Animal Day, we have a very special AMA planned. Explorers can join us for the biggest Ask Me Anything session to date. And it's all about animals. Submit your animal questions to wildearth.tv/questions by the 1st of October and hashtag AMA so that we can answer you. See you there.
It's fascinating watching this one that's right in front of us, just dust bathing itself. It's been kicking up the dust, almost breaking it up and then spraying himself. You'll see as they dry out, they are going to go, as I said, that iconic white-grey color. And that's obviously got to do with the sand or with the substrate that is here. But with this one right close here, dust bathing itself, it's some different behavior we haven't had on yet this tour today. So I'm just going to leave it and we'll just see and watch how this elephant goes around doing that. Kind of half-hearted at the moment. But as I said, I do think they're going to start to think about pushing off as well. Looks like the rest are trying to just fill up on fresh water, and then we're going to get everyone else moving off into the distance. We have some kudu coming in and another little small harem of zebra. Young ones also getting in. This is clearly a favored little patch for dust bathing in the area or at the dam. Just funny watching the antics. So I think we're going to leave these Ellies be here. They do seem to be getting ready to kind of push onwards. But Lauren also has Ellies in Madikwe, and she would love to show us what they're up to.
The elephants are still sleeping. Or resting. Sorry about that, everyone. I think my mic pack decided to just turn itself off. Technology has a mind of its own. I'm probably sitting on the on-off switch, to be honest. But anyway, our elephants really haven't moved much. It's been quite fascinating. This is obviously a period of rest. They've hydrated, quenched their thirst, and it clearly is just a time to stay still. Even in the sun, they can handle it. Catch up on a snooze. Elephants move all throughout the night. They sleep, but not in long bouts like us. 8 hours. As soon as my head hits the pillow, I am gone. Been on the same page of my book for about 2 weeks now. And we sleep right through. It's not the case for elephants. They couldn't afford to do that. So they, of course, sleep in short bouts. There's actually an interesting paper my friend studied for her dissertation where humans, we actually do take micro sleeps. Now, when I say micro, I mean micro, but it's actually been proven that our brain, when we are possibly stationary and calm, maybe even in a lecture at university or watching a movie, we actually take micro sleeps. We're just not consciously aware of it. So when you think your partner is watching the same movie or Netflix because they've got their eyes open, might not be the case. Now I need to try and teach you something that I've been trying to teach Darby that's really fascinating, and it's about visual acuity, because we've been talking about vision and humans are highly visual. So I'm going to give you a demonstration quickly, and I do want you all to follow suit. Darby's already done it. So put your thumb out, as stretch your arm as far as you can and put your thumb out. Okay. And you'll see my lovely nail polish, but I'm sure all of you are not wearing nail polish. I want you to look at your thumb.
Just hold on.
And
Sorry, your mic's died again.
my mic's died. Sorry, everyone, it was the batteries. Batteries. Why don't they last forever? Apologies. Okay, so let's try that again. Put your thumb out and just look at your thumbnail from your normal resting position with your head. And just imagine that someone, maybe even myself, because I like nail polish, paints thin black and white lines on your thumb, like that. Now, in humans, it will be said that we can see clearly up to 70 black and white lines on the thumb, like a zebra, but on your thumbnail. Anything above 70, and it starts to become not so sharp for us, not very clear for us. So what that means in terms of vision is that humans are said to have 70 cycles per degree. Because your thumb, what it represents when you hold it out like that, your thumbnail is actually representing 1 degree of visual space. So of course you can turn your thumb all the way around, well, kind of, without breaking your arm, and there will be 360. So your thumbnail, in proportion to you as a human, represents 1 degree. So the fact that you can see 70 different lines, black and white, like a barcode, that means that as a human, you're said to have 70 cycles per degree. And that's actually how we refer to vision. It's very hard to talk about, like I've said, but how humans quantify it and sort of put it into context is in CPT. cycles per degree, but I think CPD is actually easier to say. And the current record for having the highest CPD is, believe it or not, the wedge-tailed eagle of Australia. And it has 138 cycles per degree. That's almost double humans. Imagine having vision like that, where you look at your thumbnail again and just imagine, instead of 70 black and white lines, you can see sharp as day 140 black and white lines. You can see every single line sharply and accurately. Now, I just wanted to give you a breakdown of some of the other animals in the animal kingdom, and this shows you how good human vision really is at the end of the day. So octopuses, yes, it is octopuses and not octopi, they have 46 CPD. That's still pretty good vision. Okay, it's roughly half of what we have, but that's still pretty sharp for an octopus that lives under the water. Giraffes, 27 CPD, a lot lower, half of an octopus, but not bad. Horses, 25 CPD, and cheetahs, 23 CPD. So even although cheetahs are diurnal and they do use their vision to hunt, think of that figure in comparison to ours. We're at 70, they're at 23. And then I'm going to tell you a lion, and I think some of you will be surprised. A lion's acuity is 13 CPD. And that is just above the threshold at which humans are considered legally blind. Now, that's the thresholds that humans use, especially for driving and things like that. That's the legal limit, and that is 10 CPD. That's the human threshold, and lions are just marginally above that at 13. I thought that was really, really fascinating. And that's just how it sounded a bit scientific heavy. I hope that made sense, but at least that's how we quantify vision across the animal kingdom, using these cycles per degree. And one of our thumbnails just represents one cycle. Amazing. It just shows you that lions, they can see, but that's not the dominant sense in their umveld. They're using hearing. They're remarkable hearing. And they are using smell. They can smell their prey before they see them. They're not going to just spot an impala miles away and go, hey guys, there's an impala. No, they can smell them. They can hear them long before they can see them. Sandra, oh, thank you. I thought it was pretty fascinating too. I'm still working my way through this book, but it's just interesting to try and put things into perspective. And the reason it's so important is because we can't possibly save our animal kingdom and save species from extinction and conserve appropriately without understanding the parameters and the limitations of each species. In order to do that, you need to understand their umveld. You need to tap into what it means to be that animal in order to protect and conserve them. And I think, in my opinion, humans are a little bit late to that game. We're only sort of just waking up to the fact that in order to protect an elephant, we need to try and understand, yes, from our perspective, but what it means to be an elephant. What are their limitations? What are their parameters? What are their senses? How are they navigating their landscape? What is important to the social structure? And there was an interesting story about elephants in that when you see an elephant in the zoo, I don't think many zoos host elephants anymore, but you think about an elephant in a zoo, you are looking at an elephant, right? Or is it an elephant? What are you looking at here? And it's believed that you're merely looking at the elephant phenotype. You're just looking at the physical body of an elephant. And that's what we see because we're visual. We see that and we go, elephant. But actually, is it an elephant? Yes, it's the elephant phenotype, but that elephant has been long removed from its natural world, from the wild. So it's long removed from anything that makes that elephant an elephant. So how can you call it an elephant? I hope I'm making sense. It's not going to have the natural bonds that it has within the herds. Look at what we're witnessing right now. All of these interactions, all the dynamics. In a cage or in an enclosure, it's not going to have that. And that's really important to an elephant. It's not going to be able to touch with its trunk. It's not going to be able to communicate. Forage. You can't forage. It's fed by a human that delivers whatever food it delivers. Bananas. It can't suckle from mom. It can't spar if you're males, and they fight, they spar, they tussle. It's what they do. You can't chase birds. Elephants love chasing lapwings. It's like a fact of life. They can't do that. So if a baby elephant finds itself in a zoo and it starts to grow up, how can we honestly, as humans in an ethical, moral world, say that that is actually still an elephant? To our eyes, it looks like one. The external appearances are the same, but that elephant has not been shaped by the natural world. It's been removed from everything that makes it an elephant. Biologically, it's still functioning. It's still got the anatomy of an elephant, so it's still functioning biologically. But really, when you tap into it, it's just shaped this elephant into some sort of creature that no longer is what it would be in the wild. And I read that and I thought, wow, that's quite profound. So when it does come to the situation that we are in the world, lots of species facing extinction, we need to look. If we really want to conserve, it's not just a case of, let's set up this reserve, put these animals here, and they're protected. That may help to an extent, but you also need to really understand the animal as much as we can from our perspective. It's very tranquil here in comparison to yesterday. All the chaos we had. But we're just going to sit and enjoy this peaceful moment. We're going to continue to sit here and watch what this herd gets up to. I think this is the favorite part of the water hole here. They seem to love it at this side, but I believe the Ellies are also loving the water hole at Okakuyu.
Exactly that, Lauren. They are loving it up here. When I thought they would push off, they've actually hung around for far longer than I thought, at least far longer than yesterday. And they are still drinking there from that little borehole pump that is there. Many, many, many liters of water have been consumed, though. But it does seem that they are starting to mill about, kind of spray themselves, and probably are getting ready to saunter off again. But we do have lots of springbok here that are here at the moment as well. And these elephants have kind of been very tolerable of them at the moment, and they are actually even pushing into the water. So as far as Ellies go around waterholes, they have actually been pretty nice to these springbok, at least for now. But that's probably because they've played and have drank already as well. But we're just going to sit here and just see what else happens with them. Seems to be a lot more dust bathing that's going on right now. But the numbers are starting to wane off. So this is probably the breeding herd that came in last. The bulls that were here initially have pushed off, it seems. I'm just going to stay here because I can see this is probably where most of the springbok at the moment are congregating. But we do have an oryx that's joined the party and some more zebra. It's been a very, very busy day of zebra here at this waterhole today as well. One or two giraffe earlier, but there was a JCB that came through and that scared off our giraffe. But with any luck, we might be able to see some black rhino later on. There was one around yesterday, and I'm assuming with a hot day like this, probably going to be more later. It's a very good question, Kevin. And yes, they would. Elephant would get tooth decay or toothache. What happens actually with elephant that's fascinating is that they actually change their molars throughout their life cycle. So up to the age of 60 or so, when their last molars have actually worn out, that is generally when they start to lose body condition, and then generally some of them might die of old age then, just because they can't actually break down that food in terms of chewing. Not that they have the best digestive systems anyway. Obviously their molars do help them with breaking down their food sources. But if you go around eating branches and the rest, you will also find it quite tough to keep your teeth together. And that's why they also have their different changes throughout their lifetime. So it's probably around 4 to 6 different molars throughout their life, or molar changes. And obviously once those last set have ground down, that is when elephant starts to decay in terms of its body and mass, and then eventually will pass away of old age unless something else gets through to it. But I hope that does answer your question, Kevin. Yeah, so it is roughly 6 sets of molars sets of teeth. Molar teeth, there's 4 molars that they have in their mouths over its lifetime. So 4 over 60 years generally. And then that is when we start to see elephants wind down on their life cycle. They seem very relaxed. Probably 1 or 2. I think this one here on the left looks like it might even be sleeping a little bit. Trunk seems dormant. Just kind of just standing there as well. So it could be time for a little bit of shut-eye for it. There we go. It looks like it's kind of waking up now. But that was probably just one of them. Well, it looks like it could actually still be resting, sleeping it out. Elephant don't just... Well, they do stand up and sleep, but they do sometimes rest against trees or other boulders as well. Sometimes you do see them sleeping on their sides too. Not common, but it does happen, and generally in shadier areas. There's actually a little one rolling around here in the dust too. I'll try and pan to that. You can see that also because the elephant are around, a lot of the other game are kind of hanging back. A little bit wary of coming down because they might be pushed off. But a lot of these ellies have drunk and swam already, so that probably wouldn't be the case. But I suppose you'd rather not be hurried off the water if you want to drink desperately. So you'll wait for your turn. Thanks, Lion Lover. So they do sleep, but they'll sleep in separate little intervals throughout the day, not very long, sometimes up to about 5-15 minutes maybe. But it depends on the elephant and obviously how tired they might be or when last they got a rest. And that could be at any time of the day. They are generally active throughout the day. They don't need to sleep as much as say we would. However, they will rest, but it does look like a lot of these guys actually are. So you can see these trunks, they're resting them on the ground, they're not moving them around. And these ellies would actually be having a break right now. So they're obviously very relaxed, feel very safe, and it's time for them just to get some shut-eye. So those two that were right in front of us, that's generally what was happening there. I'm going to try and get back to us now. It's actually a very good example of it. So when an ellie is fully awake, you'll notice that their trunks are obviously moving around and they're sniffing and smelling. Obviously when they are resting, it's easier just to leave that proboscis right down, just hang it down and just relax. We haven't had many wildebeest here today. It's been more zebra that have been around. But yeah, we will try and show you as many different species as possible throughout the day, but we have hit good numbers today. It's been a very productive day of sightings for us.
Listen up, explorers. We have a brand new prize. This time you can recline riverside at the breathtaking Settlers Drift Lodge at Kariga Game Reserve. Take a breather from your busy life. Why not treat yourself at the spa or wander into nature on a guided bushwalk, twice daily safari drives, or even a boat river cruise? Open to all levels of explorers. Sign up before the 28th of October and it could be you jetting off to this luxurious lodge.
Well, as these ellies start to stir and wake up, I think we will leave them for a second. There is something interesting at Mashatu, so we're going to head over there and we're going to have a look and see what else is on the agenda for the afternoon. So now that we've left those ellies up in Natasha, it's great to see this little journey of giraffe here in Mashatu. And a nice little drink. It's always great to see them in little units like this as well. They seem to be quite relaxed at the moment. So I'm going to try and zoom in a little bit further, but they might get skittish now. That's looks like zebra coming through. Yeah, I think that might hold them off of drinking for a second. They were pretty relaxed, but we'll wait and see what happens. I think that could be the hyena again from this morning, so I'm going to shoot across. Looks very much like it. Eventually, I think that last one has stirred. Yep, it is. We've had quite a good day, so I'm going to try and get up onto it. That's obviously what spooked the rest of the giraffe. And that must have been the other one that was lying up under the shade over there. And maybe it'll get in the water and wallow. That'll be awesome to see. It is something that they do. We'll try and pan around and keep with it for as long as possible. Yep, there we go. So I'll zoom in on it now. Clearly a very hot day in Mashatu. It's time for even hyenas to get into wallow. Try and get closer for us. I'm just hoping that we get a good visual. The zebras seem to know, obviously, that hyena's right there. But it's not uncommon for hyena to do this. They do love the water when it's very hot. And I did think that this one actually might have pushed off with the other earlier, but clearly it was also just under the shade. It was a little bit far for us to see, but it's great to actually see them just chilling here in the water. It must be quite warm, I'd assume, there on the side of the dam. But I suppose better than nothing. Nothing else to worry this hyena either. Hi Gary. Yes, more than likely these giraffe would definitely overpower that hyena, although when they are drinking they are very vulnerable, and obviously any predator that is around they will try to avoid or keep away from. It's not really known that hyena take on giraffe anyway, it's more lions, but I suppose if there was an injured one and obviously the calves, hyena definitely would go for that. But this hyena is definitely not in the mood for hunting. It is time to rest and get cool in the water. So that's definitely its modus operandi for now. But yes, the giraffe would definitely give this a hefty kick. It wouldn't be a very happy hyena after that, I can assure you that. Might get off and run away though now. Probably getting attacked by bees. We are going to zoom out. I'll try and keep with the hyena for as long as possible, but I am limited to the dam cam. I think it's going to push off into the shade away from us, probably on the other side of this little ridge line. As I said that, the camera doesn't want to play with me. Sorry for that, guys. It is lagging a little bit. I have a feeling we might have lost that hyena. I'm going to try and pan out and see. Just waiting for the controls to come back. Okay, well, it doesn't look like these controls are wanting to play a game with me at the moment, or play games with me at the moment, so I'm going to send us back to Okakudo while we get them back up and running. The Ellies are fortunately still there, so we haven't missed out on them at all. But lovely to see the hyena, and specifically a hyena wallowing or resting in the water. So we're back here with these Ellies, and they are still just milling about, chilling. Most of them seem to be resting, and I think that's probably why they are just hanging around like this. Looks like they've kind of kept those other zebra that we were talking about earlier at bay. They haven't come down just yet. But we'll wait and see. I'm sure there's obviously going to be lots more that comes through this afternoon as it does get hot. It did say it was going to be very hot in Natasha today. I think peaking at around 38 degrees. Probably hotter in real feel. Specifically also with that reflection that's coming off the rocks. Does also kind of look quite Martian as well. We're going to hang around and see. It's always interesting to watch Ellies behave like this and also sleep. It's not often that you get to see it, but obviously with this kind of view it is easier, and it's easier to note the behavior as well. I think as we approach the heat of the day, in the middle of the day, it is slowly starting to ease up. I think a lot of animals are trying to rest up under the shade. So you will probably find that after they've been in these water holes, they will be under the shade and getting out of the heat. This calf looks like it's trying to drink. But as we say that, and obviously as these ellies relax, I think it's time for us to go and see what Rolf is up to in Kariega.
And at Kariega Game Reserve, as suspected, as I said earlier, if the wind gets up before 12, it's going to be a howler. Well, it is indeed. The wind is really getting stronger and stronger by the minute. And the giraffe, this one in particular, is obviously not enjoying the wind, just like me, and so has taken itself and just gone and laid down. Although the neck's still up, and the head, it's just chilling out, doing a bit of ruminating. But not often that you get to see giraffe like this. And like I say, it's also due to there not being lions here, so the giraffe can relax a bit more. If there are lions in a particular area, they don't generally, they do sometimes lie down, but they don't do it for very long because they then are very vulnerable to predation. This here being a bull. You watch him, he's going to chew, he'll swallow down, watch it come back up. There it comes. Rip. And he chews again. Process of ruminating, and here you can watch it as it happens. Sun coming and going, there's a bit of clouds around, maybe get a bit of rain later. Now let's watch it swallow this down. Goes, wait for it to come back up. There it comes. Yep. So Vox, it is interesting when you see a giraffe lying down. It's not often that you get to see that. It's the same like elephants lying down. Not often. If you do spend quite a bit of time in the bush, you do get to see it every now and then. And with the many years that I've spent in the bush, I have seen it many times, but like you say, it's not very common. And it's more so where there aren't any lions, as I said. They can let their guard down somewhat more when there's not the big predators. And it's very windy, so just imagine being as tall as a giraffe in this wind. It must take quite a bit of effort just to stand up straight. The wind must be blowing it sideways. And it is leaning in the direction of the wind now, even. So I wonder if it's even affecting it as it's lying down. Leaning towards the east. We've got a very strong westerly wind blowing through. See, it looks in one direction and puts its ears listening out in the opposite direction. I think giraffe are born with paranoia. Although having said that, when we were watching that little babies, and I've spoken about it, I think I should eat my words there, because when giraffe are born and in their first year, that's when they get taken by predators the most, because they're very curious. They don't seem to have the paranoia of the adults, so it's almost a learnt behavior as they grow, because the little youngsters are literally fearless and they go up to anything. They walk up to the vehicle. The mother is constantly sort of shepherding it and herding it away from the direction that it's moving in, and that often results in them getting taken by predators as well, because they're quite curious. Walking up to lions, not a good idea. And then easy prey. There's wonderful patterns on the giraffe, as the Latin name suggests. The camel in leopard's clothing, or the camel with leopard spots, because of that likeness to a leopard's rosettes. Very similar, so the scientific name leading towards that as well. Full cheeks. This giraffe did have a drink earlier and then went off for a rest. This wind is upwards now, 50 kilometers an hour, that's for sure, and it's getting stronger. So I can understand why that giraffe's leaning its head in that direction. Kind of like now you'll see all the birds as well, if they are resting, they're generally facing into the wind because of the way that their feathers lie. If they face away from it, it sort of catches them and pushes them out and pushes them in the direction of the wind as well. So they tend to generally face into the wind. Let's give you a look at that landscape. Makes for a beautiful picture, that. Still got all the ostriches carrying on with their antics on the plains. We've got some buffalo, there's zebra, there's some eland. The impala seem to have gone back into the thickets. And this is the first giraffe that I've had out in the open. I've seen them walking along the thicket lines, but none of them have really come out for me, and this being the first. So maybe we'll see quite a bit more of them, hopefully. Now let's just take a little wander. just taking a wander across here because there's all sorts happening on over the other side here as well. And one in particular I want to have a look at are these ostriches, because I've seen them mating a little bit earlier, and I've never seen so much action with ostriches as I have here. It's been awesome. They've been the star of the show for me, calling and displaying and doing all sorts. Now just feeding on the yellow button flowers. Another male coming in. I was wondering why that one was leaving. We might see. Is it going to happen? They're also getting blown around by the wind, eh? Now, we might get to see one of the chases that I've been speaking about. So sorry for the fast movements, but we do need to move fast to keep up with the ostriches. There's been so much competition. Those two after each other now. Here we go. Okay, now this takes a bit of skill from my part. Yeah, they come back towards us. Oh, they're fast. No, look at them. They're going to keep going. He's going to turn back. It's like a racetrack. They've just covered that. Oh, and both of them slipped there. That entire field in a couple of seconds. They're going to come back around this side, or they're going to continue on over that side. Let's see which side they come out. Disappeared behind that bush. I doubt they went into the thicket. Kim, I have to agree with you, and they're really keeping me on my toes. I don't know where these two have gone. I doubt whether they would have gone into the thicket, but maybe the one has. Disappeared behind that scotia, and they're gone. Oh, wait, there we go. Looks like the fight may have been decided. Is that them there? No. Interesting. Always excitement here with the ostriches. Crazy. So yeah, and also testing my camera skills. Difficult to keep up when you're on the tripod. You've got to loosen everything up and just go with the flow. So I'm just bringing it back. Let's go back to the more relaxed male ostrich. He's relaxed for now. We'll see if another intruder gets him going. For the bumps, it is very windy, so I'm trying my best. He's a good looking chap. Look at those shins. Like I say, the ostrich are becoming the star of the show here in Kariega. Real characters. I'm hoping I can get them calling on camera. They've been doing it for me. Seemingly, as soon as we go live, they stop. But at least we got a lovely chase there. And just with an Egyptian goose couple. Fish eagles calling off in the distance, if you can hear them over the wind. Also baboons alarm calling. Wonder what they've spotted. So it's the only bird in the world that has 2 toes. That makes them unique as well. It's one of the only birds that doesn't fly, and it's the largest, so it's across the board a very unique bird. And highly entertaining, as you will come to see. Imagine trying to eat with 2 fingers. Everything. You've only got 2 fingers, and I'm talking about the bill. You've got 2 fingers to drink with and to eat with. It takes quite a bit of skill. I was saying that my experience of ostriches in their sort of more natural habitat, in desert conditions, when they defecate, it's generally very devoid of water, so you have a lot of dry droppings. But here it's full of water. In fact, it's just slop, and it obviously indicates how much water they drink here. But they are very adept at surviving in water scarce environments, so they are one of the true desert animals, like springbok and oryx or gemsbok. But when there is water available, they do enjoy it. So Kerry, ostrich feathers, especially those tail feathers, they can grow over 1 meter. So they are massive, and they are used for all sorts. You generally use it as feather dusters. So that's one of the things with farming of ostriches. I actually did a whole sort of business case on farming ostriches, because you can use absolutely everything, from the skin to the feathers, and the meat is excellent. Now, I don't say that everybody must eat ostrich now, but it has become very popular in Europe because it's low in cholesterol, low in fat. It is a red meat, so very similar to beef or any of the other venison. It's not like chicken at all, or bird meat. It's actually like bovine. It's incredible. but very healthy, and that's why in Europe it's become very popular. But not only for that, a lot of the very expensive sort of handbags and things has been made out of ostrich felt, and it makes some of the softest leather that you can get, and it's a very sustainable harvest. So there's a lot to be said about farming with ostriches. Everything can be used, nothing is good, nothing goes to waste, and it's very ethical methods as well. I have heard that they've stopped the tourist riding of ostriches, which I think is probably a good thing, that they used to do in the Karoo. But there are lovely farms there that you can go and witness all the methods of farming of ostriches. They also make good use of the eggs as well. So Paula, yes, ostriches can mate every year, and it's generally around this time of the year that you start seeing them going into breeding plumage. And there's obviously just a high concentration of them here, and so we're seeing a lot of competition between these different males, and they're fighting over this particular area because it is prime plains. So, and I've seen a lot of females in different places, not just here, but it seems like the males are using this as their sort of display arena. As you saw there, it's like a racetrack, and it is almost exactly like an arena. So if you've never eaten ostrich, and you're a meat eater, a carnivore such as myself, if somebody had to put an ostrich steak in front of you and not tell you that it's an ostrich, you would not know that it was, both from what it looks like and how it tastes. One thing that the farmers do struggle with, especially in these kind of areas where we have a lot of rain, is the chicks can't stay wet for very long. Kevin, ostriches, they do have a couple of predators, hyenas, spotted hyena in particular, brown hyena as well. When they are little chicks, they can be predated on by jackals, caracal, and then also hyena, but lions will also catch and kill them. In Namibia, in the desert, I've seen hyenas and lions catching and killing ostriches, but they do need to make their approach. As you saw earlier when they were chasing each other, they can hit a top end speed of around 80 kilometers plus. So the lions and hyenas do need to get close, but I've seen hyenas literally chasing them for hours, and we followed with the Land Rover, and eventually the ostrich submits from exhaustion, with the hyenas being real long distance runners and exhausting the ostrich and eventually taking it down. They do have also a very dangerous kick, so they can defend themselves, but they are not the brightest creatures in the world. The brain the size of a pea, they are not highly intelligent. I think one of the least intelligent creatures you may find out here.
Hi, my name is Debbie Den Hartog and I come from Pretoria in South Africa, and I am absolutely thrilled to have won the Wild Earth Prize to the Woodbury Tented Camp in Amakhala Game Reserve. Wild Earth has changed my life as I love watching the daily game drives. Thank you, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be getting out there to experience it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your name.
So there's two of them now that have decided to grace us with their presence. And if giraffe have anything, they definitely have grace. Beautiful. Always just trying to get the focal point exactly where you want it. See, there I'm going past it, now I'm coming other side of it, right there on its nose. It's going towards the other one, which is walking off. Carried on over there. Yeah, these two not wanting me to get them in the same shot. There's the one, and the other one just out. Come on now, get together. There we go. Okay, you can turn now. That's better. Makes a lovely postcard, something you can write in between. Now they're looking at each other. Okay, perfect. Hope the focus is right. Clouds coming and going, so we're getting the light on them and shadows. It'd be lovely if the light's just on them and everything else is shadows. For awesome contrasts. That is pretty cool. Looks like the ostriches have calmed down. Seem to have forgotten about what they were doing. The giraffe thinking about what they want to do. Out here in the plain, there's not much for them to eat unless they start feeding on the grass, but it's quite awkward for the giraffe to graze, so you don't generally see them doing it that much. I have seen them doing it, but it's not a common thing. I think it's quite uncomfortable. Okay, so after the ostriches put on a show for us, and now the giraffe have now finished with an excellent postcard picture, putting on a wonderful performance. I wonder if there's anyone performing at the Djuma waterhole.
So we do have quite a bit of action going on here. And just thanks to Rolf, hopefully he has put on his seatbelt and doesn't get blown away down there in the Eastern Cape. Did look like it was rather windy for him. But there is a lovely family of kudu that have joined us down here. And actually that yellow-billed stork is active. I did see it wading around earlier, but it's doing exactly that now again. And funny enough, they've got quite an interesting technique for fishing. So they actually use one of their foot or feet to actually stir the water and then flush out either some fish or some mollusks or crabs or whatever they might be going after. I'm not too sure. There could be amphibians as well, but they'll use one foot to stir up the water and then obviously from that then take their prey. So it's quite interesting watching them wade. They do actually also have an interesting second name. They're sometimes called a wood ibis. So that's just some interesting facts on a yellow-billed stork. But it's been great to see these kudu come down. There've actually been quite a few oxpecker on them as well. So it's always great to see that. So I'm just going to pan across here, but also we can still see that yellow-billed stork wading around there. And just watching that actually is quite awesome. But he might have ducked out. There we go. Did seem to have found something. So I just want to see if we actually do see that technique of the one foot kind of flashing out prey for it. And we can also talk a little bit around their other name, being the wood ibis. So a wood stork or a wood ibis. And it's actually the first time I'd heard of it being called a wood ibis was earlier on. I was doing some reading up on them. And obviously that being related then possibly to hardydars. So its scientific name is Miteria ibis. So it's actually not really a stork, I suppose, but I do want to find out more about this, and we will chat about it if we do happen to see this individual again. I'll try and find out a little bit more about it later on. But just interesting facts anyway. Hopefully he'll come out again, otherwise we will pan back onto the kudu and see what they're up to. But it's been great having so many different forms or different species around all the different hides and waterholes this morning, as well as obviously roaming with Lauren and Rolf. wind also seems to be picking up here as well, so that might also take away from some of the bird life that we could hear. Arrowmark babblers again, obviously quite prevalent in the area at the moment as well. Interesting to see these kudu browse or grazing, and those are new shoots, so clearly that's quite tasty, sweet, obviously full of nutrients for them. Obviously, you are generally browsers, but clearly when it does allow and when they are sweet and new, like they are around there, they will graze as well. So a bit of a mixed feed going on here, and it's just quite interesting to see because they're not noted for this really or generally. So I was saying earlier that they do kind of form loose associations, so there might be one or two cows that will be around and then they might splinter off. You probably find that during the rainy season that is when it will happen, just because there'll be more food around. They might be less inclined to gather around, or actually jokes probably even in the drier seasons, but it will depend. Obviously it depends on food in the area and where they are found. But yeah, obviously if they are forming loose associations, that means that at any given time they could come in and out of contact with each other. So it would be any time of the year that that would happen. But obviously I would assume that in areas where there's a higher preference of dietary requirement for them, so along riverines, drainage lines and that, they would probably be more associated in forming the loose associations that we are talking about now. Again, just fascinating to watch them graze. Also hear the starling in the background here. Different to the ones that we heard earlier up in Mashatu, being the meaves. These will be your glossies, possibly even birchals. I haven't really heard the birchals yet, but I think these are the Cape glossies that are calling now. And we still do have these impala hanging around here. And a warthog who was wallowing earlier. I did see that on out the corner of my eye earlier. As you can see, he's got all that fresh mud on him. Looks like a he. A bit tough to tell as it walks into the brush there. Quite interesting that these impala and everything else that have been around Djuma are actually very relaxed. They don't, or they're kind of hiding in the shade as the day gets hotter, but they've been very relaxed and chilled and here most of the day actually. So I'm just going to pan around and see, maybe we might get a second glimpse of those Inyala or the other giraffe that was there. Giraffe kind of didn't get too interested, looked at the water and ran away. Well, didn't really run away, kind of walked off. The hippo is still also evading us, Dewey and his clan, or his new clan and brood. There we go, there's two of them there just popping out. I think if I'm not mistaken there might have been there is a monitored lizard that does hang around as well. I'll try and see if we can't find that too. Just add to our species count for the day. There are some terrapin there on the log. It looks like a fallen over rus, or a carry tree of some form. Sorry, so we are just scanning around and seeing what else is down here in Djuma. We've spent a lot of time on the other dam, so it's good for us just to note what is around and if there is anything interesting to see here. Also just trying to keep an ear out to perhaps hear if there's those brown-headed parrots that are around. I know that apparently were nesting, so we will keep an ear out when we are around here. So it looks to be that the kudu are slowly pushing off into the bush over there. And Impala seems to be pretty relaxed and just sitting down. That little ram. The kudu seem to be moving on. So it might be a good idea for us to cross over. It looks to me that the Ellies are still hanging around up in Okakuyo. It might be fun just to catch up with them before they do push off. We haven't had this many up there in a while. So it's always fun just to see the amount of numbers when they do come through. So you can hear the acacia pied barbet here with us with these Ellies, and these guys haven't moved off at all. I did think it was going to be more of a quicker stay here at the water, but they've clearly decided that this is the place to be for the day. And these two youngsters are deciding to get into it, it looks like. Possibly these three. But it seems to just be a time for rest and relaxation for the Ellies. It's always interesting to note that all the other gamers kind of kept their distance from the dam itself. There have been the odd springbuck and that, as well as this oryx that is deciding to come through and have a drink. But generally everything else, there was a big herd of zebra that was looking to drink, but everything else is kind of holding off until these Ellies possibly clear off, but it doesn't look like it anytime soon. Lots to drink and lots to cover themselves with, it seems. We'll just sit here and watch them. They're always fun to watch, and especially with water. You always see them getting up to interesting things. So it's cool just to sit and just observe for a minute or two. It does look like they are mostly resting. Oh, someone's not happy. A rude awakening, perhaps. Just trying to always keep an eye on how many individuals seem to be sleeping at a time, and it seems to be roughly about 2 to 3 that are generally resting or sleeping at 1 minute. At least while we've been observing them, or while we're on this feed. You can kind of just see, because they kind of just almost like turn into statues. Almost look like statues as well in the way they're colored right now. Hi, Olive. That's an interesting take, because I actually haven't really thought about how they would get it off, but elephants also rub themselves against trees, so I suppose that would be the best way of getting the mud off their backs, that or boulders, but there aren't many boulders around here or rocks. But generally they'll have that mud on, and that mud will act as a sunscreen or as an insect repellent. So they wouldn't really be wanting to try and get it off, although if there was an itch, you will see them rubbing against trees or against rocks. That's also where you get those smooth trees or smooth out trees. It's almost like a French polish that they give to those trees or items. We're just going to head over to Mishatu. There's some interesting things going on there, and they aren't sleeping right now, so we will see you across there shortly. So as you can see, we've got this family of warthog that are here in mud wallowing, as well as the little guinea fowls that are behind them, making that noise, along with our Meave starling. You can just see the little young ones actually just play fighting as well as wallowing as well, and the two adults seem to be almost keeping guard while the others play. These will probably be last season's piglets. They've got a bit bigger. Obviously they are very high up on the list of leopards and other predators in terms of prey items. But it is fantastic to see this amount of them. Always good just to watch the routine of these warthogs as they go through, just covering themselves. Obviously, as you can just see, they are getting underneath their chins and all over the place is going. I suppose this is sun cream and again insect repellent. And I suppose very cooling as well. It's very hot up in Mishatu. And they did just miss the hyena as well. And it's actually quite fun watching them, just seeing them go about this. Not well, we did have something earlier, but they were actually hidden by the trees. So it's great just to sit here and watch for a second as we go watch their routine, bathing routine around this. So I'm just going to leave the camera here and just watch and see how they go about all of this. But they might push off soon, but we'll leave it for as long as possible. Will be interesting to see how much bigger this wallow actually gets in the next days or weeks to come as it starts to dry out even further. Although this dam is pumped, I have a feeling there'll be a lot more activity over here, possibly even the Ellies getting involved as well, and we might even see this area just expanding quite a bit as more and more comes down to wallow. Hi JP. In Lushathu, definitely, I think they would try to have their piglets within the rainy season just because of the amount of food that would be around then. So they would generally try and drop piglets towards the beginning or middle of the rainy season. So obviously more nutrients around, obviously more nutrients to create milk and for the piglets to suckle, and obviously to keep their body in better condition. I did mention earlier water are indicators of drought, so if they can avoid having piglets during a time of drought, they definitely would, just because it would mean that those piglets were less likely to survive. So as a survival technique, you would assume that they would try and coincide this with the rainy season. Sounds like there might be some Ellies coming to join us here again. Oh no, that hyena's back. We will go to him. Or her, actually. And I think that's what spooked these warthog. I did have a feeling something was going on. I'm going to try and get across there. But I have a feeling that hyena has also been just lying in the water on the other side there. But you can see those warthog are definitely watching them. And there is the hyena. Just chilling in the water. So we're going to zoom in on that. There's a Kori bustard also underneath that tree over there. We're going to zoom in on the hyena and just chill with it while it chills in the wallow itself. Great to see this. Very unperturbed, but that's also why those guinea fowl are also making a bit of a ruckus there behind it. They've also noticed the hyena. Everything else also seems to be very well aware that this hyena is here. So it might have been a bit opportunistic watching those little piglets thrash about in the mud there, but they obviously caught wind of him or her and decided it best just to lie down in the mud and the water and just take it easy. So we're just going to watch this because it's quite rare behavior to see, specifically in the middle of the day as well. But it's not uncommon. Wind is also shaking the camera a little bit, but I won't go any further in because it might just play with us a bit. It will be interesting just to watch how these guinea fowl look after or look over this hyena while it sits there in the water.
As the seasons change, so must we. Here in Africa, our summer days are becoming longer, and with more daylight hours available to broadcast with, our schedule must also shift. From 1st October, we will be shifting our sunrise safari and escape to nature half an hour earlier, and our sunset safari and Penguin Beach 1 hour later, so that we can carry on bringing you beautiful sunrise and sunset viewing as nature ebbs.
So it's quite interesting. These warthog have decided that that hyena is not much of a threat, and they are back to wallowing and just hanging around, although they definitely are keeping an eye on it. We will also just keep tabs on what this hyena decides to do, because they are opportunistic, and I'm sure if there is an opportunity, it would definitely try and take it. There are quite a few warthog around, so it might be a bit of a daunting task for a single hyena to go for them. We'll wait and see. They're also obviously not the stealthiest, but these warthogs seem to be pretty relaxed with having that hyena around. That's a very interesting question. Which animals don't get frightened when they see elephants coming down? I suppose that's other elephants. No, I'm joking. It really will depend on the demeanor of the elephant at the time. So, I mean, that could be herds of buffalo even that might not get perturbed. Sometimes rhino wouldn't. Other confident animals, maybe hyenas as well to some degree. But generally, most things will make way for elephants when they decide to come down to the water. You don't want to mess with anything that is far heavier, bigger, stronger than you. And most animals will give them their rite of passage and allow them to access the water first, or maybe even go to the other sides of the water sources without having to deal with them. But obviously, if hippo are in the water, hippo, for example, would just stay in the water, I would think. But interesting question. Something to note, but generally most things will just leave elephants to have their way. It looks like our guinea fowl have decided that they too can come to the water now. Just want to see if the hyena's still there. They did have to kind of get through that little gauntlet. Yeah, hyena has got up and left, and I'm assuming it's underneath the shade, and that's allowed these guinea fowl to push on through. I didn't exactly see where the hyena went, but it has been hanging around the whole day, so I wouldn't be surprised if it comes back to the water at some point just now. Quarry Bustard also just relaxing underneath the shade here. A little dust devil as well. But I am going to zoom us out and see if we can get a better view of what else is around. That's a little giraffe over there as well. Clearly the guinea fowl feel relaxed enough to drink right now. I still haven't seen our crocodile in 2 days. The feeling it's lying in wait for something to meander along past its ambush point. I'm just not too sure where that is currently. Having a little scan around Mashatu. It's been very active here today. Actually, in all three of the dams that we have been at, as well as where Lauren's been live, and Rolf too, we've had a very, very active time at Escape to Nature, and we've immersed ourselves properly in nature throughout the day, or the course of our show. No croc today. Hi KG. So the crocodile would probably move upwards of about, I'd probably say maybe up to about 3 kilometers to probably find another waterhole. I don't think it would leave here. There's a lot of water right now, and it is the only croc. So unless it was looking to mate, it would probably walk towards that. We are quite close to the Limpopo as well. So we're about 1.6 kilometers away from the Limpopo River. So if anything, he might have decided to go through there, and he would generally try and move at night. We would probably find that there might be other crocodiles that might try and actually join him here, as opposed to him leaving or her leaving here. But they can travel a bit of a distance, and they will generally try to travel at the cooler hours of the day, to not expend so much energy and to tire themselves out completely. I hope that does answer your question. I'm going to try and scan backwards. Looks to me that this hyena seems to have left us for now, probably under the shade. I did think it was quite strange that it would be out in the middle of the day, straight in the direct sun. It has obviously allowed these guinea fowl to come down. But as we say that, it looks like the water are also slowly clearing off, and the guinea fowl are also moving around. It's probably time to just have a look and see what we can see somewhere else. Well, we're just going to try and zoom in on these guinea fowl, because seem to be having quite a good time at the water now that hyena's left. I'm just going to sit here and watch. Obviously, you are quite aware, and there is a giraffe. You can just see the body frame just behind. But I think we are going to leave these guinea fowl just here, leave them in peace. They obviously were a bit disturbed with that hyena. I think it's time for us to check up again with Lauren and see what she's found in Madikwe.
This dam just gets better and better. The elephants have left, but the giraffes have come in. And we have 4 very politely lined up in a line, waiting to get to the best part of the dam for the most delicious water. You'll tend to find that they just queue, they wait. They're very cautious, and it's not necessarily that they're scared of elephants per se, but they tend to wait. If there are many elephants like that around the water body, they tend to wait until there's just a little bit of space, because as you can see, it's quite a feat to bend down if you're a giraffe, really. They can do it, but it's quite the thing. They're left in a very vulnerable position if a predator was to come from behind. They really have to get it right. You see that one female, she's taken a while to get it right. It's probably because that male walked behind her. Look at the size difference. Now these are younger females, but we often get asked, how do you tell the difference between a male and female giraffe? And of course you can see the genitalia, you can see the ossicones are slightly bald or hairy, but really there's a huge size difference when it boils down to it. But these are younger females. And in comparison to the females, he is extremely dark. And a lot of people say, oh, dark patches related to age. Not necessarily. Possibly, but that's not. It's actually been proven that the darker male giraffes are related to their social status. Oh, we've got more joining in. Wow, this is amazing. The darker giraffes are actually found to be more solitary. Now, it's not that they have tight-knit herds anyway, like elephants, but the darker giraffes spend a lot of time on their own, and they're more roaming. They move from female to female, herd to herd. They're much more solitary, and they're much less social. They don't really, I mean, yes, they'll spend time around females, especially females in estrus, but they don't want to necessarily be part of that herd life. So the sort of colour of the male giraffes' patches, a lot of people say spots, but I just can't. There's patches. The colour of male giraffes' patches strongly relates to their social status, and the darker they are thought to be more dominant. The lighter they are as a male, they're less dominant. And it's interesting. It was an interesting paper, only released in 2019, so fairly new science. And males do tend to darken as they get older. I'm not disputing that, but not all males do. Some males stay light forever until they die. So it's not a robust thing that males will darken as they get older. The coloration more strongly links to their social status. Wow, look at this. We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 giraffes, all just by on the periphery, all attempting to bend down. Imagine it being that difficult just to take a drink. This is beautiful. very alert. Apparently a lion passed through here last night and there are dogs around, so it's always best just to be alert. They're all looking off in the same direction. Sadly, as much as I went on about human vision earlier, I can't see what they're looking at or what could possibly be catching their attention, but they are being rather cautious. But it's their time at the waterhole now. The elephants have finally moved off. And just going back to that coloration, it's thought that possibly a male giraffe's coloration of those patches sort of function in a very similar way to a lion's mane. So it's well known now that a lion's mane, the more darker it becomes, it's strongly linked to testosterone, and it's very strongly linked to success with females. Through lots of experiments, interesting ones as well, the females tend to choose the male lions with the sort of bigger and darker mane. So whatever that triggers in her, it triggers something that suggests this is the stronger male. And it is to do with the coloration. And it's thought that very possibly the same sort of underlying principle here works with giraffes. A darker giraffe is more dominant and will be the preferred choice of the females. And at the end of the day, that is what is most important, what the ladies like. And that boy there is very dark. Wow. Karen, I wouldn't say they're struggling. I wouldn't say it's a struggle. It's just it's not a simple task at a water body like this. So if you actually look at Jamala Dam, the sort of perimeter, the edges actually slope downwards and the water levels are quite low. Now, if you were to think of Melarani Pan that we've been taking you through the past few days, it's quite high up. It's man-made, and the way it's been structured is that it's positioned quite high up. So the giraffes have less of a feat to overcome at that pan than they would here. It's just sort of the angle of the ground, the fact that it slopes down. They really got to bend down 90-degree angle to get that water. So I wouldn't entirely say it's a struggle. Naturally, water is crucial. I don't think it's been proven that any organism yet can survive without water on some level. And I think this waterhole is just a little bit more challenging, and it is exactly the same for young giraffes as well. Calves take a little bit of a long time to get their balance, to understand on their wobbly legs how to sort of stay very still. Look at that giraffe, bend your front legs at a 90-degree angle, and of course put your neck down. But I wouldn't say it's a struggle. I think you've just got to get it right. If it was a struggle, that would of course affect their survival rate. But young giraffes, especially newborns, can be a bit wobbly, as can elephants, and any young, even impala. It takes a while to get all those legs coordinated, especially long ones. Giraffes were overlooked for a long time. They were thought to be silent. That is completely wrong. It's now been proven they're not. They're actually noisy. We just can't hear it. Again, going back to that human perception, we assumed they were noisy. Quiet, sorry. We assumed they were quiet. We assumed they were silent because we can't hear it. How foolish. And only when we get technology, we're like, they are talking the entire time. The frequencies are just out with the human hearing range. They were thought to be not really maternal. They were thought to give birth and not really form any tending bond with their offspring. And again, not the case. It's a very tight bond between mother and calf. And one of my worst sightings to date with Wild Earth was in the Masai Mara with a giraffe mother and calf. And I'll never forget that. The calf unfortunately died during birth, the birthing process. I don't know whether it hurt its neck or head. And the mother did not leave its side for 2 days. It fought off the entire North clan of hyenas, chased away a lion, and did not leave that dead calf, constantly probing it with its nose to get it to stand up, but it was unfortunately dead. I don't think I'll ever forget that as long as I live, but a lot of things we thought about giraffes have been completely debunked. Rule number 1 when it comes to the animal kingdom: never assume. It's said to be like a humming sound. When they look at the frequencies and use technology to try and listen to giraffes, it's almost like they're humming. And I just imagine that when I'm looking at them all, they're all going, having a fabulous conversation through humming. Audrey, you're 12 years old. That's a difficult question to answer. Their entire body is adapted to their anatomy. So if you think about it, how do humans balance on 2 legs? We are equipped to balance on 2 legs. We've got the right sort of skeleton, the right muscles. We are balanced proportionately, so our legs can handle our body. It's exactly the same as giraffes. So their legs, the sort of main body mass will be all evened out between the legs, and then of course they've got that neck. Now if you look at the sort of base of the neck, you'll see a big hump, and it almost looks like a camel. That's actually the nuchal ligament, Audrey, and it's a big ligament, a big piece of muscle if you like, that is giving it that hump, and it's holding the neck upright. It's given support to that skeleton, to that long neck, the vertebrae, and it's holding everything in place. And then on the other side of that, on the chest, you can't really see it right now, but if you look at the chest, there's also a sort of bulbous part. That's another huge muscle that's running all the way down the neck into the chest, and it's supporting it from the other side. So they've got lots of unique and very special adaptations for their unique body, but they're completely balanced. There is no way that they're wobbly in reality, and that's actually why if a giraffe falls over, it's the sort of biggest threat to a giraffe if they do end up tripping up. Once they fall, once they're on the ground, they are extremely vulnerable. So they've got specialized valves to stop the blood rushing to their head when they bend over. Otherwise, they would get a head rush and faint. Oh, hello, elephant. They've got specialized capillaries, specialized muscles. They're very equipped for having that unusual body shape. And their Latin name is actually Giraffe camelopardalis. And all Latin names, although they sound a little bit complicated to us, they all have a meaning. They're not random. They're not just words that are chosen. They all have a meaning. And actually, when you look into the meaning of most species' Latin names, it's very fascinating. You can learn a lot about the animal. And giraffe is obvious. Camelopardalis means, well, the camel element comes from the fact that it moves like a camel. If you watch the way it walks, Audrey, it moves 2 legs on the right side, then 2 legs on the left side. 2 legs on the right, 2 legs on the left. And that's in order to maintain balance, to ensure that it doesn't topple over. And the pardalis part, well, comes from the leopard element due to their spots. But I'm going to go with patches on this one. So good question, but they're very balanced. Their body is very well, highly specialized for life with a long neck. And females' necks are a lot skinnier than males. Are we able to just look at this young female here, Dov, 12 o'clock, just sort of standing? If you look at how slim and slender her neck is in comparison to that big bull we were just watching, there's quite a difference. Looks like the Ellies are back in town.
Do you know why giraffes have blue tongues? Or how many eyelids a crocodile has? Have you ever wondered how corrosive a vulture's stomach acid is? Or what the Milky Way has to do with dung beetles? There are so many fascinating wildlife facts for you to discover. What are you waiting for? Scan the QR code that appears in the corner of your screen, enter your questions, and our guides will answer you in real time on Wild Earth.
Definitely not as jam-packed as yesterday, but so far we have elephant, giraffe, and warthog. Not bad. And I do wonder if the dogs may show up here at sunset time when it gets a little bit cooler. Did you catch that name, Dobby?
It was Oriole.
Oriole. Oriole they have indeed. I really don't think we'll ever come to Jamala Dam and not be spoiled, to be very honest with you. But the elephants have been absolutely fantastic today. And not just the elephants, the giraffes, the zebra, the kudu, the warthog. Wow, what an afternoon. I'm feeling that breeze now, thank goodness. As we sit and just admire the scenes at Jamala Dam, we are going to send you guys back over to Alex at Okukuyu.
Thanks very much, Lauren. It's been a fantastic day with elephant sightings all around. And these guys haven't left us for at least the last 2 hours or so. But it's been really great just watching them just sit, relax. Many have slept, many have actually played, many have just drank and then covered themselves in mud as well. But there seems to be little pockets of new family organizations coming in here and there. And then obviously they go into the water first, kind of splash around with mud, and then they come straight here where they're all congregating right now, because that is where the borehole, the spring is, and they come and get the fresh water from there. But it's been interesting watching them wallow and wade, play in the mud, specifically the little ones. And they've also succeeded in keeping every other thing or animal around away from the waterhole. They've kind of all pushed off. I think they are waiting for the Ellies to get a move on, but it doesn't look like that's going to be anytime soon, and we'll probably just be able to watch them as they mill about for the rest of this immersion. I do just want to show us the little babies when they get into playing, because they're always fun and they really do have a good time in it. You can actually see the joy that they're having. Look at that one, just stirring the water around and flopping its trunk about. So it's always quite interesting watching how the different ages of the elephants interact with themselves or amongst each other, and also with or when they're in the water. So it's quite funny, because obviously the more youthful they are, the more they seem to want to get into it and play around. And I'm just going to come across here because these others have kind of left the frame we were in. So I'm going to go down again. We are getting a bit blocked by the amount of eddies that are around the spring or borehole pump though anyway. But definitely lots of fun to be had today. And you can see also a lot of the little ones also try and stand on the shadowy side of their mothers. Just kind of also protect themselves and stay out of the heat too. But there are two there already swimming and frolicking just behind where everyone here is congregating. But what's interesting is that there kind of isn't a pecking order when they go for this fresh water. Everyone seems to be allowed a turn to get in, even the little ones. So obviously it's interesting to note that there's quite a lot of toleration with regards to elephant and their different age groups, but not with elephant and other animals. Oh, someone not too happy over there. Lots of playing about. So as you can see, there's definitely one right there that is playing around and swimming about. You can actually see how they flop their trunks around. They really do love the water. I always love watching elephant when they are swimming. Never a dull moment when they are around water. It does seem to be that some of these zebra have picked up courage, or plucked up the courage at least, to come through and have a drink, as well as some of the springbuck. It is obviously very hot and nearing the heat of the day. So I'm sure everyone else is in the shade or thinking of coming for a drink. It's good just to let everyone mill about. Again, there are a couple that seem to be sleeping. You can see that one here on the left with its trunk just completely docile and just resting on the ground. It's a sign that an elephant is in deep rest, possibly sleep. Probably ticking in and out of it. Thank you, Michelle. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we have, but thanks very much for your comment. It has been a great day so far. There are lots of elephant and lots of other animals around. The hyena were a highlight, definitely, but it's been a great day so far. So I really didn't expect these ellies to hang around this long. I did think it was going to be a bit similar to yesterday, where they came through, swam, covered themselves in mud, water, dust, and then kind of pushed off. But I think today is a little bit warmer, and they've decided that the fresh water here is obviously where they'd prefer to spend their time. I'm going to just zoom out for a second and just see what else might be going on. I did really want to get us getting some of these ellies swimming and playing, but we are getting blocked by the others. Some of our black-faced impala coming through. Haven't seen too many of them today. There were a few earlier this morning, but they kind of pushed off. But I suppose that is to be expected, especially with the amount of elephant that we've had around. But it has been a fantastic day. We've hit many species and many different interesting sightings today. And we are sadly coming to an end of this escape to nature. And I hope that everyone else has also had as much fun as I've had, as well as with Lauren and with Rolf. And I really do hope that you'll be joining us tomorrow morning again at 8:30 Central African time, where we will again immerse ourselves in nature all over again. Please also don't forget to hop over or stay tuned for Penguin Beach, which starts just as we say goodbye. And I'm wishing everyone else out there a fantastic Saturday further.